afraid of the fact that he might swing back. So they said, no, he's teaching hate. He's violent.
Black skin, white mask. Already know that life gets hard. And they say that we're used to the harshness. If it wasn't for the pain, I'd laugh. Truth is we knew about light before dark. Turned music to art and taught everyone to dance. And still no chance. Freedom must be too much to ask. Bleeding from the ache in my heart. Sometimes I wish it was whites in the middle like France. No, I'm not racist, just jarred. Got hate before bush, not plants. They say we should leave it all in the past, but my brother's still dying on the end, so I can't. So if my attitude stinks, don't ask, cause a hashtag won't help you understand my stance. Fuck a melody, this is real rap if you ever see. Head hot, cause the system won't let me be. Tell me how I thrive in a place that don't cherish me. And they wonder why we all need therapy. Pre the energy, yeah, just another nigga to Penelope. And they don't get it how we bottom of the barrel and still drip sauce on the world, no recipes. Weight of the world on my shoulders, all the pressures in life still tightly holding me. Pour libation for all of the fallen soldiers, but the pain still goes unspoken. They want us to stay broken, never gonna fold, fuck folding. I see my people lost hope, shit, don't you know we all been chosen.
We are oppressed, we are exploited, we are downtrodden, we are denied not only civil rights but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy.
Forgive me if you don't understand. Sorry, I'm just misunderstood. Punished if I try to take a stand. Meanwhile, my friends dying in the hood. And you can say that we're killing ourselves, but truth is they're killing us still. How you saying Black Lives Matter but never took a moment to help? Just a trend that you post for yourself. And yeah, it takes a toll on my health, cause I want wealth like everyone else. But it's 10 times harder for me. And they wonder why my brothers put food on a scale. Yeah, when I die I'll see heaven, that's real. Cause we already living in hell. Wish I could share all the pain I felt. Oh well, I guess I won't speak till my scars do heal. I just wanna be black with a mill. Yeah, that's for every time I had no meals. Cause my mother couldn't keep up the bills. With a handful of kids, no home, just a cell. And I don't care if conscious don't sell. Knowledge brings height to an elf. Went from sitting on thrones to a cell. Been blessed, man, it wasn't by chance we fell. Weight of the world on my shoulders, all the pressures in life still tightly holding me. Pour libation for all of the fallen soldiers, but the pain still goes unspoken. They want us to stay broken, never gonna fold, fuck folding. I see my people lost hope, shit, don't you know we all been chosen.
Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you?
Yeah, this is real life. Kaa kimya skia. Real talk. We're coming from the ghetto. Kinondoni, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania mpaka UK. The world finest. Yeah, pambana kijana. Life is too hard, life is too short. Shaa kwa nango cha ghetto. Usikate tamaa. Jua kwamba ipo siku tutatoboa. Tutatoka. Gang for life.
I am the true name, true name.
Blessed love, his time is up. Family, blessed love. You guys are piling in thick and fast on this one. Hey, I've been sitting watching during the intro and thinking, damn, place are full up fast tonight. Blessed love, my people. Blessed love, Grandma Liz, Hurricane Toya. I don't know if Toya's in yet. I don't know if you're a lone soldier right now, Liz, but actually you're not. We know we got our sisters in the clouds as usual. So, my people, the time has come for us to discuss what has been being discussed all week. And we all know what that is. It is the question of Tenna Star. But before I get into that, I'm still waiting for our guest to join. She's going to jump on pretty soon. But before I get into that, I want to kind of address the Vanessa situation. You know, the sister whose baby was taken a day old at birth. And I put up a video. I put up 2 videos, one responding to Tenna Star's post about his innocence, and another one about Vanessa. And you know, I don't know why, but Instagram have been cutting my videos. I you know, me and technology people, I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. So I'm going to repost it here on YouTube, and I'm going to try and correct the full video about Vanessa, because it kind of gives a false impression of where I'm really coming from. Do you know what I mean? And I do fully explain. It's like a 10-minute video, and I think you only got 3 minutes of it up in Instagram. So that's just to get that out of the way. And by the end of the show, the full video will be on YouTube, because I haven't uploaded like on YouTube for ages. Bless up, Hurricane Toy. I see you there. Haven't uploaded on YouTube for ages and ages. And I'm starting to do that now that I got more time on my hands. Now that I'm a pensioner, an old lady, I've got more time on my hands. So you're going to be seeing a lot more. And members, all those promises I've been making you guys for years, trying to get it done, trying to juggle everything, trying to give you guys some content, it is coming. You're going to see this channel change for sure. I've been saying it forever, but it is now coming to pass. Nothing before it's fruit and before it's season, huh? And with that sentiment, really, I think that kind of encapsulates tonight. Nothing before its time and its season. I've had whispers and information coming into my inbox about the artist Tenna Star for the last couple of years, good, from various different people, but you know, but nothing concrete, nothing that I could pursue and investigate and dig down into enough that I would be able to present it as I am going to present that tonight. And it's really interesting how things happen when I say nothing happens before time, because there's just been a rolling of events that have been taking place, I think, pretty much since the Lionsgate portal opened. Do you guys know about that? Put up a 1 if you know about the 888 season that we are in at the moment. Put up a 1 if you know about the celestial opening of what they call the Lionsgate, when all truth shall be revealed. You know, abundance is open to those that are vibrating on the right frequency, and there's lots of stuff to it. But put up a 1 if you know about it, because I observed that, as I do lots of things in the heavens, and since then it's just been crazy. The downloads have been crazy. The people opening up have been crazy. And I said to a friend today that I really don't think this week, I don't think I've been as busy this week as I have since I first called out Vincent Rat and all of his victims came flooding in. It's been crazy this week, people. Not sure what's happening, but there's certainly something happening in the world, isn't there? So let me just see where Sister is, because I want to get straight off into it. I really do. I'm just going to find out if she's got a delay or anything like that, because I haven't seen her backstage just yet. Jump on, my sister, if I know you're listening. Otherwise, I'll give you a shout. Well, I'll give you a shout anyway. Give me 1 moment, people. Right, toilet breaks. Sis is on her way, and we are definitely going to be chopping up tonight. Listen, no matter how long this live takes, and I'm not going to make it a mammoth like the 4.5 hours or whatever, if I can help it, because we've got a lot to do tomorrow. But no matter how long this live takes, I want everybody to put matchstick in their eyes if they have to, because there is going to be quite a bombshell at the end of this live. In addition to what you are also going to hear when Sister jumps on and tells us her story in His Time Is Up style. And I want you guys to put up the biggest hands to this your sister Yassa, because the level of scrutiny that she's under and will be under, especially come tomorrow morning, is going to be vast. And I'll say this now, Sister, she's here. Sister has expressed, you know, fears like any sister does that comes on this platform. When you speak out against a man, especially a man that may well be connected to other bad people, like I said to the Vincent Rat people then when we were doing Brixton and all of that was popping off, don't even try it. I've got it sewn up with West Midlands police in a way that you lot don't even want to do it. I am not that chick. When it comes on to black and black violence and violence against our sisters, black on black violence against women and girls, there is no snitch culture with Afua. I will serve you up like a kipper. And those who are potential threats have already been served up like kippers to West Midlands police. So don't try it. Sister has been safeguarded. There are things in place also in locations where it really is not going to be a good idea to try to get to this sister in any way, shape or form. Like we know that so many bad people do, especially when it is that their dark secrets come to light. We've been through this so many times with different people, and in myself. You guys know, you guys that have been following a very long time, you guys know the level of scrutiny and the risks that I've been put at and the death threats and people putting shit through my windows and all kind of madness. But we stand here resolute because these stories really, really do have to be told. They have to be told. And I don't, you know, we're going to have the naysayers as usual in the comments and people trying to defend and all the rest of it. But I'm telling you now that I do not bring sisters on this page unless I believe, in my honest opinion, in no uncertain terms, after all of the research, the people that I've spoken to, the sister herself, I do not bring those people here unless I believe what they are saying. And this sister that is about to come on, I will tell you now, everybody hold your judgment until after you have heard what the sister has got to say. Because, right, everyone deserves a fair hearing, right? We know that. And we do always try to present things in the most balanced way that we possibly can. We try to present it in a way that you can make up your mind. I always do a vote at the end. What do you reckon? Is this person lying? Or, you know, is this true? Is it not? That's what we're here to decide tonight for you. But for me, Afua, I'm going to make the disclaimer, as I always do. And I know that His Time Is Up family, the real ones are with me when we say we believe the sisters. Because it is not a little bit of thing, research. It's not a little bit of substance that goes into everything from the time when sister contacts to the time when I make contact to all the work that goes on in between, all the conversations until them come on this live. That is not an easy thing. We know it despite what our distractors say. So without further ado, let's come and hear from a sister that claims that she is the victim. The alleged victim, we do say that for legal terms, despite what I believed in my honest opinion, but she claims to be a victim, an alleged victim of the artist Tenna Star. So let's see what she's got to say. Blessed love, my sister. Blessed love, you are live with us.
Hi.
Blessed love, sis. So just take us from the top, my sister. Thank you so much for coming on, by the way, and thank you for having the bravery to come on and finally being able to put a lot of rumors that's been out there to bed, because that's one of the aims of tonight, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a deep breath, sis. It's going to be a rough ride in places, and I know it is. But we're going to just hear your truth, my sister. We're going to hear your truth. So tell us, first of all, how you know Tenna Star.
He was, because my mum's passed away now, he was my mum's husband. She was the one who made him touch English soil, if you want to say it like that.
Okay.
He came From I was 6 years old, my eldest sister was 11. Sister after that was 9, I was 6, and the sister after that was 3. And then he ended up having a child with my mum. Well, they had a child together at when I was 9. So 96, they had their child together.
Okay. So in essence, how long was he and your mum married?
I'm not sure exactly what year they got married, but I think they got married when him and her daughter was like 2. Up until they weren't together when she passed, due to what obviously I'm going to say now. But my mum passed in 2006, so they were legally married up until obviously.
And your mum passed away in a tragic car accident, didn't she, after being married to him?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. So from the time when he came up from Jamaica, when your mum was with him, and she was like the first woman he had in England, right? As far as you know, how long was it between then? How long was he your stepfather? Because he was your stepfather. Describe the relationship. You know, how deep was that relationship? He wasn't just your mum's boyfriend, I believe.
No. As I said, he came into our lives when we were small children. The oldest was 11, and he raised us as a father, literally.
He raised you as his own.
He was a father to us.
So you know,
from the young age. So.
And what about your own dad? Where was he in that equation?
My dad was, one of them ones where,
absent.
You're absent. You come around, but you're absent. So,
right.
Yeah.
So the main father figure in your house at that time, from your age of 6, was Tenna Star, or otherwise known as Raymond 10, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So what age were you when he left the house then?
Probably about 14, 15, about 14, 15, not long after my situation happened.
Right, so a good length of time, pretty much. He's your stepdad. He grew you. He grow you. Yeah? All right, so that's established. So, sis, tell us now in your own words. I'm not going to interrupt too much. From that point of you meeting this new husband, this new man of your mum's, take us from that point. What was life like? What was your relationship? How did that develop as a stepfather coming into the house? And then, just take us through it, sis. I'll interject at points, but the floor is yours, my sister.
As I said, he was a very charismatic man, as I told you before when I spoke to you on the phone. Very charismatic man, very nurturing, very caring. Yeah. And as I said, I can't explain. He was a dad, he was a dad. Or should I say pretended to be? But, yeah. And as I said, when my mum would be at work, we'd go home from school and he'd be there, he'd be cooking the dinner. He was, from when we were small, he literally took care of us, bathed us and all them kind of stuff and all of that. And we trusted him literally like he was our dad.
Yeah, and there was no signs of any kind of untoward.
No, we were happy. We were happy as kids, because I'm not gonna because of the situation blur, not say how it was in the beginning. In the beginning, there was nothing untoward. There was nothing weird, nothing dodgy that I can say I remember. We were a happy family.
And how was the relationship between him and your mum at that point?
The same.
Okay.
As children looking, it was the same happy couple.
So you've got an idyllic childhood at this point. You've got a great father figure who's doing all that he's supposed to be doing, loving and protecting you guys. How many siblings did you have, sis?
My mom had 5 girls, including the child that he had with her. Altogether 5 girls, but before my mom obviously had the last child, there was 4 of us.
And where do you fall in the lineage?
I'm the middle child, so I'm the 3rd.
Oh, right, so you're the middle child. So you had 2 sisters above you, or how did it go?
2 sisters above.
Right.
And then there's 2 younger ones as well.
2 younger ones as well. All right. So up until this point, you're ticking along, life is good and all the rest of it. Sis, what made you reach out to me?
Because a good friend, I would class him as a brother, actually, of mine, sent me your live. I'm not sure exactly when it was, but you would know when it was, when you was doing the I don't even want to call people's name, but there was a live that you did probably about a year ago. Because I'm not here to talk about them, so I'm not going to mention their name. But when you were doing that case, he sent me the live and said, "Watch this lady. She's really, really good. Obviously, I can't force you to do it because you're going to do it whenever you want to do it, but just watch her. She's good." Do you get what I'm saying? So I watched it, and I was just, taken aback from the whole situation, especially who it was. I don't know the person personally, but obviously I know of the person. And then I watched it again with somebody. I tended to watch it when it was Birmingham cases because of, obviously, when I started to follow you, I would see what you would put up, sort of thing. And then my auntie sent me a live about 2 weeks ago. One of my aunties sent me a live about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks, not 2 weeks ago, just before I messaged you, which was back in July. And just the lady on there that came on there with her daughter. I don't know. I'm an energy sort of person, and she sort of drawed me into a point where I felt a bit what's the word to use? Passionate to speak about it again, because I have spoken about this for years.
Right.
I have spoken about this for years, and I've even gone to the police several times, and they've done nothing.
Sure.
So I just felt the drive to do it after I heard that lady say what she said.
Okay. So, I mean, the point is that you have been to the police before, and that's kind of, what I wanted you to talk about. You've been to the police before. It appears, I've discovered this week, you're very well familiar with all of this, but I discovered this week that it's actually something that has been talked about on the streets of Birmingham for quite some time.
Yeah, so I'm not going to talk much about that
in my comments, and this is what people are saying.
Yeah, basically. I'm not going to talk much about what I'm going to say to you now, because obviously that's for her to do. However, it happened to my eldest sister first.
Sure. But I would like us to kind of dispel some of the myths around that.
Yeah. That's yes. I said I'm not going to go into too much because I don't want to, if she's not ready to talk, but I am, so I can talk around it to give like an explanation for people to understand. So basically, especially because I was younger, I'm not going to come on here and say this happened, because I wouldn't know. It's what I've heard.
Sure.
So I can only speak about what I know about myself, but I'm going to tell you what I've heard about her. So apparently, there was some form of grooming going on from a young age. Apparently, people in my family started to have speculations at some point. I can't tell you timelines because I'm not going to come on here and just make stuff up. But it would have been around the age of, she would have been around the age of 17, going on 18, when she ended up having a mental breakdown over it. She was speaking about she called the police and said she was spiritually raped, and obviously contacting the police and saying that they're going to think you're a crazy person, and they did nothing about it. But at that point, nothing happened to me yet. And so, as I said, as kids, we were really disturbed about the fact that we didn't know what was going on. Anyway, it just turned out from, this is what I've been hearing, little things in passing as you're a kid. You hear like big people talking, but then kind of partway through, you get run out the room. So little things that I would remember is like, maybe was it her that liked him and whatever. So my mum and him ended up carrying on the relationship anyway, right? So from there,
so let me just clarify, just to keep the audience intact. So allegations are made. We know the nature of things like that. It doesn't just pop up overnight. Grooming takes place beforehand. But at the age of 17, a disclosure is made by your older sister. And there was a bit of controversy over which way it went, which, for me, it doesn't matter which way it went. That was your stepdaughter. You grew her from a child, and whether she'd crossed the line of 16 or not, for me, in moral terms, is absolutely unforgivable. But
the breakdown was at 17.
The breakdown.
What happened before.
So we're looking below 16 then, whatever happened before.
Yeah, it was definitely below 16.
This is what she'd been living with. Right. And that's what created the breakdown.
Right.
Okay.
But because of the fact that she had the breakdown, no one could get sense out of her. They didn't know whether it was if it happened or not. And obviously because of who he is and how he showed himself all of those years, it was almost like, well, is it true? Is it not true? And then is it a situation where she's thinking something in her head that's not real or what? So because there was no clarity, and as I said, I can only speak from what I heard as a kid. My mom's not here to talk for herself, for me to actually talk about what was in her mind at the time. So I can only talk from the things that I used to hear. That's how she still kind of ended up with, he still was around, if you get what I'm trying to say, and still in the household. And he still acted this normal, same person that he was, that we knew all them years.
So, you know, the rumours went out. It seems to me, from what I've, not just from hearing from you, but speaking to lots of other people that knew about those rumours at the time, that there was a lot of victim blaming going on towards your sister. Yeah, that's, you know, the usual stuff that we see in our community, where people take the limelight off of the accused and put it onto the accuser. So your sister experienced that, and, you know, had a breakdown within the midst of that was going on. Which is also not unusual for a lot of sisters that experience that kind of trauma and pressure. So in terms of those rumors going on, what was, you know, what was the standpoint going forward in your family, or from your standpoint even?
Well, at that time we were young, so we don't really know what's happening. We're just hearing bits
at that time. I know. I know. But moving forward, and, you know, as you've come up in yourself and whatever else other whispers you've heard in your family going forward, what's the sort of consensus as to what happened to your sister?
Nothing really. She's just in a mental home, and that's it.
So they don't talk about why?
No, not really. It's just same speculation, and no one doesn't know what's going on because my sister isn't talking.
But so we're going to look at some documentation a little bit later on that substantiates some of what substantiates it by proxy, really, but it substantiates it nonetheless in my mind. And we're going to look at that documentation a little bit later on, aren't we? In relation to your sister, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get back to your story, sis, because we are going to backpedal on that. Let's get back to your story. Tell me about your experience. Where did it all begin for you?
Okay, so one day he came to me and said, because he was at Matthew Bolton College, that's a college in Birmingham. He was in the Matthew Bolton College before it moved into town. And he said he was studying graphic designing, and he said to me that one of his classmates needed silhouettes of exercise images.
How old images. When this
14.
So you were 14 at this stage? Okay.
So he said, oh, he was going to ask my mom, but because my mom's busy with work, whatever, you know, he's asking me. So I says, okay. And then back then it was like films, like, you know, the film cameras. So we got the film, and he took me to, I'm trying to think where it was. The first, because I remember where, but I'm trying to think where the first place was. But either way, he took me to what he used to call them ends.
Okay.
And he took me there, and exactly what he said I would do is what I done. So I'd jump into a star jump, he'd snap the picture, like while I was in the air. Like, you know, you do a star jump, and as your foot's gone in the air, you snap the picture. He said to like jog on the spot. I've jogged on the spot, he took the image. Just stuff like that. And then that was it.
Okay.
After that, he's come back to me and he said to me, oh, something happened with the film or something like that, and it needs to be taken again. So I'm like, okay, then, yeah. And then this time he came with, I remember the colour of them, there were some red cycling shorts. You know, remember cycling shorts, the lycra sort of shimmer material. He's come with those and said, oh, put this on because you'll be able to see the image better, so that the friend can draw the image like more clearer. So I says, okay then. Didn't think nothing of it. Done it. And that was it. And then he said something else again, like the picture never come out good, or something about blur or something silly. Well, I'm saying silly now, but I didn't think it was silly at the time. And then he's come with a different item of clothing. That time he came with like a swimming costume sort of thing, but he still made me put the shorts on.
Right.
Pardon?
No, so there we go. Go on,
Yes.
sis.
So then, but he still made me put the shorts on.
Mm-hmm.
And then it changed. He was like, "Oh, like go on the sofa and like kneel on the sofa." So I'm like, "What do you mean?" Because I was confused. He was like, "Go on the sofa and kneel on the sofa." And I'm like, how? Because I'm obviously thinking, what kind of exercise position is that? Not thinking he's doing something wrong or, but I was just thinking, like exercise movements, I don't know how that could be displayed on the sofa. So he was like, no, do this. And he showed me. So basically he got me to kneel on the sofa, like facing the sofa, kneel on the sofa and basically like push my bum out. So because of the relationship that we had with him as well, me and my siblings, and they can attest to this as well, like, he was one of those parents, as I said, charismatic, like, and used to make loads of little jeering noises. My family can attest to it. Anyone that knows him like that would be able to tell that that's how he used to go on. So I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. What's that? And he was like, come on, man, come and do it. So I'm like, okay, but this is weird. But I've done it anyway. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because I'm thinking, in my head, he can't be doing nothing to hurt me because it's my dad.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So I've done it. But then he was like saying to me, like, arch my back. And I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, I don't know what you like you're saying, bend it more. And I'm saying, I don't know how to do that. So anyway, he snapped the picture. And then as he snapped the picture, he put his hand on his flat palm on my left butt cheek.
Hold on. Stick a pin, sis. Stick a pin. Let me get this straight. So first of all, the first day it's like, oh, let's come to take some pictures. This is at the age of 14. This is your stepfather who you've known since the age of 6 years old. You trust him implicitly as if he was your own blood father, and he's indeed treated you like his own blood daughter at this stage. So you've come from, give me a child from 0 to 7, I will give you the adult. You've grown up with this man. He's one day, you guys are rolling. This took place at his house, separate to your mother's house?
Okay, so it was never at my mum's house. It was never in the home. There was 3 places he took me to take the pictures. One was a flat opposite Bings.
Okay.
People in Birmingham will know where that was, and if they know, it's no longer a flat, it's a shop now. I think it's an Eastern European shop, but there was a flat on that complex there, on that piece of land there. So he took me there once, or twice. He took me to I can't remember the road name, but he took me to a house that I remember it had a really pretty bathroom. I'd never seen a bathroom like that before. It was like marble. And he said the reason for taking me there was because of the background, the background. But by this time, the pictures had completely changed. Like, it was
that's a bit. That's why I want to take it in stages, because I know some people find it hard to kind of keep up with the story. So the first picture was just an innocent picture of you doing a star jump, right?
The first two.
First 2 pictures.
The first
so
2
now,
sets.
Now we're on the 3rd picture. Take it from there again, sis.
Yeah. So then, as he was ready to take the picture, I realized as he put his hand on my bum and tried to snap it, it was on my left bum cheek, and he put his whole hand over my bum cheek. So I pulled my bum in, and I said, "What you doing?" Like that, and he was like, "We are going so far. Stop being silly," and jeering me. He weren't shouting at me or anything like that. He was saying it in his normal jokey voice, like he would when he used to ramp with us when we was young. He used to say it in that little jokey voice. So I'm saying, no. But I went. This is the thing. I wasn't scared, but I was thinking, this is a bit odd. So he was like, "Stop being silly." I said, "Did you just take the picture with your hand on my bottom?" And he was like, "Stop it now. Stop crying, sir. You're not saying that. Do not just not making out full sentences, but just like trying to joke it out to like basically make me know that he's not doing anything bad, basically." So I felt a bit uncomfortable, and I'm everyone that knows me will know I'm very unruly and very outspoken. I don't give a damn who you are. I used to get beaten for it enough. Do you understand? So as much as we was close, I kind of was like, I don't really like this. Do you get what I'm saying? So we left, and a lot of the time I was going back to school. So he would do most of the time he would do it. He would go to the Asda in Great Bridge, because we lived in West Brom. He would go to the Asda in Great Bridge and get the film from there right before I go to school. By this time, my mum's already gone to work from 6 a.m. And he'd do the pictures and then take me to school. So after that, I was a bit uncomfortable, and I think he didn't say anything for not a long while, but a little while, because I think he was probably thinking, oh, well, like, have I made, she's looking at me a funny way. But probably a couple of weeks after, he come back to me and, pardon me, and said something again to do with something. And then when I was saying, nah, I don't want to do it, he said, the big man, he said, he's going to tell me the truth. The big man got him to basically take these pictures of me, and the big man's paid him. And if I don't take he's already spent the money, and if I don't take the pictures, the big man's going to kill him. So I'm like, what? What do you mean? Like, who's going to kill you? Who's the big man? And he start crying. So instantly now, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I got to take the pictures, because obviously I don't want my dad to die. So, and when I say cry, I mean snap, boogle.
You're 14 years old, of course.
No, not me, him.
Oh, he's crying.
When I'm saying to him, I don't want to take the pictures, and telling me the big man has given him the money, he's like now telling me the truth, that it's not the classmate at college that wanted the pictures. Now he's because I'm saying, no, I don't want to do it, from when he touched my bum. He's now like basically emotionally blackmailing me, saying that it's not the guy from college, it's actually the big man. And I don't know who the big man is, by the way. I don't know who that is. Now, as an adult, I don't know if it was someone made up or if it was someone real. I don't know. But his words were, the big man, he's going to be honest with you, it was the big man that got him to take the pictures. Then the big man paid him, and he spent the money. And if he doesn't take the pictures and give them to the big man, the big man's going to kill him.
Classic grooming techniques. Go ahead, sis.
And I was still saying, no, I don't want to. And then that's when he started bawling, snot, bogey, dripping. So I took them. That time when I took them now, as I said, it was more, it was never, because I will never lie on him. It was never nothing naked, never nothing nude or anything like that. But it was just, he had me posing like the girls you see on the flyers when they're turned from behind, but never nothing naked, never nothing like that. From there, as I said, the house there's a road called Queen's Head Road in Handsworth off Soho Road. I don't know if it's still Soho Road or Holyhead Road, but I think it's still Soho Road. If you go up the top of that road, there's a little mini silly aisle, a little mini silly roundabout. If you take the 1, 2, 3rd exit to go towards, what's that road there? Is it Chapel Street? Not Chapel Street. Is it Chapel Street? Where they do the tyres. Anyway, people that know where I'm talking, know Handsworth, they'll know where I'm talking. Chapel Street, yeah? So like you're going towards Chapel Street. If you carry on down before the road turns, there's a close up there, a drive. And there's a house right at the top on the left-hand side. He took me in there, and that's the place that had the, I don't know who lives there. I went there one time, and that's where the pretty bathroom was.
Right.
From there,
you okay, sister? Take your time, sis. We can take a break if you need it, my sister.
No, he's not going to stop me.
Bless you, baby.
He's not going to stop me. He's not going to stop me.
Bless you, my sister.
You're all right, sister. You're all right. Just take your time.
He's not going to stop me no more.
Feel your strength, sis.
Right. Fuck this, yeah? He took me to the yard. He took me to the yard and made me stand in the bath. I was fully clothed, same way. As I said, I'm not going to tell no lie on him. You understand? And the pictures got taken or whatever. And then someone was at the door, but like someone came into the door. Also, as well, I remember going into the house. Let me just, because I'm not really looking at the comments, but I can see a few people talking. Do you understand? No. I'm not angry. I'm not angry because people don't know, but I'm gonna give you the details. Do you understand? When I came through the door, there was a little thing in the corner, like a little ornament stand, and there was a picture of a woman, and I'm sure it was a child. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but that just in my mind, it just came in my mind to just say that. I don't know why, right? But there was a picture of a woman there, Anyway, we took the pictures. The person coming through the door, but I don't know who was at the door. But he's turned around and said, "The big man, blood clot, the big man, the big man." And then he said, I'm saying, who? He's saying, the big man come. The big man come, we're not supposed to have nobody on the ends. And then the tears started coming. So he said to me, yo, pretend say, you're one of my friends that me did Afua LP and you homeless and you never have nowhere to live. It's free feedback.
Sis, I don't know what, I've lost some connection, so I've just joined on my other monitor. Sorry about that. Right, I'm back. All right, no worries, sis.
I don't know who's joined.
Sorry, that was me, sis. I had a technical hitch, so I joined on my other monitor, but I'm back on this one, so it's okay. I lost you on this one, but I'm speaking to you, but I've jumped on the other one. My backup.
Yeah, so basically...
Everyone else could hear you, though.
So basically, he said, the big man, very rare. So he's like, he's not supposed to have no one on the ends. And basically, remember, this is the big man that's going to kill him. So he's shook now and he's starting to like well up. He's not crying, but he's welling up.
Take me back a bit because of my technical hitch. I sort of missed a little bit of what you were saying. So we got to the bit where you were standing in the shower, fully clothed. You weren't taking an eye on him.
No, in the bath, taking the pictures.
Sorry,
So it's fully clothed, but it's the items of clothing that he's making me take. I'm not naked or got skimpy clothes on, but it's clothes that will show shape. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Took the pictures in the bath. The pictures finished. But as that's finished, we could hear someone at the door, like coming into the house. Mm-hmm. So we said, Ross, the big man, he's come and he's not supposed to have nobody on the ends. No one's not supposed to be here. So basically I should just pretend, like as I said, he started to well up. Mm-hmm. So we're saying, pretend that I'm one of his friends that is helping who's homeless and I needed to use the shower. So I'm saying, okay, but I'm scared because I remember I've been hearing about this big man and how he's a killer. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So from there now, he's said, go another shower. So I'm like, in the shower. So I went to go in the shower, like, with my clothes on. No. Basically, like, I must make it look believable. Take off my clothes. So I'm like, no. It's like, Melissa, go another shower. And crying. So now, at this point, it's not well enough. He's snot and booger again, as I said, like he did before. So I've actually, like, kind of was a bit startled and jumped kind of thing and started taking my stuff off. So I've gone in the shower and I've stood up in the left-hand corner of the shower. No underwear, just my bra. And I remember the bra, it was a little bit too big for me. And I was in the corner of the shower, but the shower was on. When I've looked, because I heard the door and I thought, is it the big man? So I've jumped. When I've looked, it's him. He's come in and he's got no clothes on. Absolutely no clothes on. So I'm like, my eyes tearing out, like, oh my gosh. But then I've like come into the corner of the shower more, there was no space more, but I'm trying to not see that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And I've put my left arm down to cover my front area. I've got the bra on, but I can feel the feeling of the bra now. The fact that it was a bit too big for me and a bit of a gap, and I put my right elbow over my chest and I'm hunching in the corner. And he never touched me though. He never touched me. So as I said, I'm not going to lie on him. He never touched me. Anyway, that lasted probably we was both standing there about not even 5 minutes. Just standing up there getting wet by the bloody shower. So we've come out and then he's given me a towel. There was a room. As you come out the bathroom, there's a room directly to your right, And he's given me a towel and I'm like trying to dry myself from like the sprinkles of the shower. And he's turned around and he's said, I'm meant to be at school as well. Like it was the morning, so I'm going to be late for school. Mm-hmm. I'm like, he's trying to talk to me. Yeah, right. I'm putting his hand on my shoulder. Yeah, right. So I wouldn't speak. I just couldn't speak because I just was embarrassed. I was just like, what just happened? All sorts of thoughts was going on in my head. Like, is this really happening? Is it me? Am I going mad? Is this normal? I didn't know. All sorts of thoughts was going through my head, but I just know I couldn't open my mouth and talk to him or respond to him. So anyway, now he said to me, the person's still downstairs in the kitchen. Well, obviously the person can't know that I'm in the house. But as an adult, when I think about what he was saying, it didn't even make sense. Because first he told me to pretend, because I'm not meant to be there, pretend that I'm a friend that you're helping. But now you're telling me no one knows I'm in the house and I must run down the stairs and go straight in the car. So that's what I done. But I remember when I ran down the stairs, I leaped down them. I think I touched probably about 2-3 of the steps, like the top, the mid, and the bottom step. Do you get what I'm saying? And went straight, because the door was like more practically straight as you come out off the bottom of the stairs. And I've got into the car. When I've got into the car, he had already gone in the car, which I didn't know this. But when I got in the car, I realised he had already got in the car and wound the seat all the way back. And he said, lay down in the car. So I've got in the car. Then he's driving me to school. And on my way to school, he was like, trying to like laugh about it. And say to me, but wait, Melissa, so you're from Bushy, son, you're only 4, you're so young and you're only 14. No, you're from Bushy. This is me, shut up and don't say that. Do you get what I'm saying? And I just put myself like, leaned to the left and was just looking out the window. Do you get me? And then he tried to like style it out and then play some music and whatever. And that was that. I went to school. He tried to do it again with the same shower thing at a house that I believe I wouldn't. The other houses, obviously the flat is no longer there, but I can bring someone there and tell them where that one is. The house where that first shower thing happened, I can bring someone there and show them exactly where it is. But the last one, I just know it was near Moseley, an area called Moseley, but I wouldn't be able to direct you there because it's like, I don't know if I know what happened, but that's kind of gone out my memory, like the directions, and I only went there one time as well. But when he tried to do it again, it's like we've just come in the house and then someone came in the house, so no pictures never got taken on that time. And he tried the same thing again, back shower. And I said, I'm not, because it traumatized me, right? I said, I'm not going in no shower. Do you get me? And that's how I said it to him, my eyes tear out and everything. I'm saying, I'm not going in no shower. But he turned it on anyway, and I went in, it was this one, it was a bath with a shower. I went in there, but I had my shoes and my clothes and my coat, because I weren't about to make him see me like that again, because I didn't know, what would have been the outcome, especially one from the last time. Do you get me? And then that was it. That was it.
It stopped from that point.
Yeah, it stopped from that point. And then, because I started moving funny, but in my head, I'm saying, yo, I don't want to mess up my family. My little sister and him are super tight. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And I'm going to mess up the family if I do it. So I'm just going to hold it for my sister. Because if she might resent me when she grows up and say, oh, I sent her dad to prison or whatever the case may be. So I just held it. Do you get me? So I was still in the house as normal and everything like that. Just, well, not normal, but to people, it's normal because I'm acting normal. But what I started to do, which had to do with 2 things, my cousin who passed away like a few months before, and then this situation, I just wouldn't come home from school. On a Friday, I'd lie and say I've got PE, and I'd pack up a bag and pretending it's my PE kit in there.
You just didn't want to be around you with this.
I wouldn't go home. And then my mum I'd get in trouble for it when I go home, because my mum's like, she's been worried and I'm getting beaten, but she don't know. Not to say it's her fault, because obviously Caribbean people, that's what happens, isn't it? You get bossed up if you do something wrong. Do you get what I'm saying? But she doesn't know. She just thinks I'm being unruly. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's not that. I just don't feel easy. Do you get what I'm saying? So, and I have to pretend like nothing's happened. So, well, that's what I felt like anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? Because as I said, I didn't want to feel like I was breaking up the family. Anyway, around those times as well, I remember it was like, not like how we grew. There was starting to be lots of arguments between them. We didn't grow like that, but it started to be like lots of arguments, and then we're hearing that he's like cheating on her and all this kind of stuff. So I was even saying more so like they're already arguing. I don't want them to argue about me. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I used to as I said, like on a Friday, just go to my friends, and I know I'm going to get beaten, but I don't business. I'll just take the beating when I go home. And I used to stay for the whole weekend. My mum never needs to know where I live, where I was, sorry. But then he knew where a lot of my friends lived. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because he always used to be the one who drops us around in his little Honda Legend. Do you get what I'm saying? His long grey Honda Legend, pumping tunes. Do you get what I'm trying to say? He was the one for that. Do you get what I'm saying? So he knew where most of my friends lived. So he would always come and get me back when my mum was searching for me. But it ended there, basically. And then I met my daughter's dad. And then I ended up, right before I was 16, ended up getting pregnant, and purposely. I ended up getting pregnant purposely because I said, there's no way that he can come to me and try and ask me those things again. And the day that I found out I was pregnant, I was with my cousin and we went to Boots in town and found out that I was pregnant. And I came back and I was at the bottom of Robert Road in Handsworth. And I went to call my daughter's dad and say, yeah, I found out I'm pregnant. And who phoned his phone? This man phoned my phone, which is how many months and months and months and months and months after. By the way, he wasn't in the house at this time as well. I think my mum had kicked him out. And he called me and talked about pictures again. And I was thinking, what? Are you crazy? I said, don't phone back my phone. Do not phone back my phone. And that was that. But I never, ever once, around that time, confronted him. I just kept everything under wraps. I didn't open my mouth until 2 years later, after what happened to me. I didn't open my mouth again until I see my mum crying on her bed, saying she knows he's done something to her daughter, which is the oldest one. She's saying she really feels like it now. At this point, obviously, as I said, she don't know nothing about me. But the more and more my sister was getting sick, and that's just a whole different ball game, like a whole different story. Would be here forever if I described to you the stuff my sister started doing. It's like we were living with a creature in the house. Do you get what I'm trying to say? She was doing mad stuff. And my mum was saying, no, like, he's done something to her. He's done something to her. But I can't prove it because she keeps on talking about being spiritually raped. And to see my mum cry, because my mum never used to cry. It was more near the last years before she passed away. She's always crying. Do you get what I'm saying? We never grew up seeing her cry. And then I seen her crying and I was like, nah, I'm going to have to help her. And I'm the only one who can help her. And so I told her. We went to the police station in Smethwick, which is closed now. We told them what happened. I did a video link. At this point, I'm like quite heavily pregnant as well. And we went there. They did a video link and everything like that. They made the plan to say, okay, don't, because of the relationship that you lot have, or he thinks you lot have, he's probably going to call one of you thinking, you know, it's about my eldest sister, because people were already talking about that. But if he does, do not blow the cover. Don't say anything. They're going to go outside the flat. And oh my gosh, I've missed the vital part. I'm very, very sorry.
That's okay.
As I've just mentioned this flat, it's coming to my head. So one of the times when I was being a rebellious child and I didn't come home, he turned around to me and says to me, he's got the flat. Obviously, he's living at the house, but he's got the flat. And he's going to ask my mum if I can stay there. At this point now, I was like 15. Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. Then I remember actually going to school and saying, I'm going to have my own flat. I'm going to have my own flat. Anyway, he collected me from one of my friends one of the times I went missing. And, well, to me, I went missing, but to my mum, I'm missing in it. And I remember sitting on a chair that would hold his the living room door open in his flat. And I was there, I remember booking. And then I can't remember how I got up and I was awake again. Well, I didn't fully go to sleep, but I was alert again. He started talking, which he had never, ever done. He started talking about my sister. And saying he can't believe how the family is talking, that he's done this, and me and no father, and look how long me raise uno from, and none of uno father never there on, and me step up, and me treat uno good, and me look after uno, and them accuse me of them something there, that he can't believe. And obviously I've already had an experience with molestation because someone tried to rape me in my sleep when I was 11. And nothing wasn't really done about it, if I'm going to be honest, until a bit later, right? He used that Now, at the time, I didn't know that's what he was doing, but as an adult now, I know that's what he was doing, using his head against me and saying, look how them all you, look what him do to you, look what the boy they do to you, and nobody never do nothing. But you know something, I go protect you. Me, I go protect you. And then he went in, was I 15 or 14? We've read whether 15 or 14. He's gone into the side table because it was in the room.
So this is before the pictures or after the
This
pictures?
is after the pictures, yeah.
After the pictures, wow.
After the pictures,
Okay.
yeah. So he's because as I said, remember I said after the pictures was being taken, I started to get rebellious because I'm holding it in and I'm not telling no one. Do you get what I'm saying? So I started to be rebellious and like go to friends' houses and not come home and all that.
Right,
And then when it's been for 3 days, 4 days, you get me? So yeah, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make you stay there because you and your mum keep on basically bumping heads." Do you get me? I won't be here. And as an adult now, I didn't see it then, as I said, but as an adult now, I can see, because he doesn't know if I'm looking at him away from what happened with the shower thing in the pictures. He's acting like this is the only way I can see it now. He was acting like he's being normal with me, or he's you understand what I'm trying to say? Like he's trying to help me. So he's like, yeah, he's not going to be here. He's going to be at home, but I can stay here so me and mum don't keep bumping heads.
More grooming.
Anyway, as I said, he's started talking about what happened to my sister, not what happened to my sister, what they were talking about my sister, and he would never do nothing like that after he's raised us, this, that, blah, 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 blah. He said, oh, look what happened to you, and nobody never do nothing about it, but me, I go protect you. And he went into a side table and took out a firearm. Yeah? He took out a firearm and he said he's going to shoot the guy. Right? And I was mortified, like I was shocked, I was shook, because I've never seen nothing like that in my life. Not in person, anyway. You understand what I'm saying? So he's saying him I go do it, and then he turned around and said, no, him do it to you. In fact, you are gonna shoot him because him do it to you. And he turned the gun around, because obviously it was in his hand how you would hold a gun. He turned the gun around to put it and clasp my hands in the gun and said I should shoot him. I said no, and I gave it back to him. Yeah. So that was a situation that happened. That was like the last time any crazy stuff happened like that. I went to sleep. I don't remember going to sleep, but I went to sleep and I remember waking up and I'm at the tail of the bed. And I woke up to a finger like stroking from the top to the bottom of my down below. Was never nothing, as I said, I'm not going to lie on him. It was never nothing insert penetration. I could just feel like a one stroke down. But because of my experience, which shouldn't have been my experience, but because of my experience when the person tried to rape me in my sleep at 11, I used the same strategy to pretend I'm sleeping, and when you move in your sleep. So I moved, but he drawed his hand very quick. Do you get what I'm saying? At that point as well, I got kicked out of school. So I was going to a little college nearby, somewhere called Planet Ice in town, yeah. And he started talking more again. And he was saying about my sister. But I feel like now, as an adult, as I keep on saying, I feel like he was doing it to see what my reaction would be, to see if I realised what he had done to me. Do you get what I'm saying? And he started talking about my sister and saying, Tenna Star, I mean, I understand all them attack. But and then he put when I reached outside the college, well, it was a performing arts college, so it wasn't an actual. They used that building, but it was St Philip's College on Hagley Road. For anyone that doesn't know what I'm on about, right? So when we reached outside, he's put his hand on my hand and said, like, shook it, like not hard, but shook it, like he wants me to believe him. Like, you know what, I wouldn't do nothing like that to him. Don't. You know what, I wouldn't do nothing like that to him. Man, I'm no father. You know what, don't it? And he was looking in my face, and I've looked at him and I said, yeah, quick, and I just jumped out the car. I said, I'm going to be late, and I jumped out the car. And yeah, that's the end of that, basically.
Wow. And then after that, you just didn't really see him much more after that? Because by then,
as I said, around that time, I didn't tell anyone until I was like heavily pregnant with my daughter, so which was like 2 years later, a year and a half later. So as much as he wasn't living in the house, he would still do school run with my two little sisters. Or like I'd do school run in the morning and he'd pick them up from school and stuff like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So we would see him sometimes. And then, as I said, I went to the police station. They did a video link. They said, don't let him know. They're going to wait outside his flat and catch him and then take him in for questioning. didn't do their job. They literally left a note on his door after what I think the second day, saying that he must contact. And they told me this. They phoned me and told me this and said, look, we've been waiting outside his flat. It's been about 2 days, you know. But what we've done is we've left a note on his door basically saying that he needs to bring himself into the station for questioning to do with his stepdaughter. And I was like, you did what?
This
After
is
you told me, don't make him none the wiser, and now you're going to do that. I said, no, I don't want to do this no more. And I said to them, drop it. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't want to do it.
And
Because I did that now.
At that stage, sis, how old are you at that stage when this happened to you?
I was pregnant with my daughter, so I was 16.
So you're a 16-year-old girl, been through all of that. They just have no training. This is the things that we get upset about on this platform. What is wrong with the police? Never doing their job properly and not safeguarding you. No wonder you dropped out. That is a classic reaction in that situation.
But the dropout was at the detriment to the detriment of myself in the end, because
ultimately, yes,
everybody started chatting shit. Where she hide? She must sleep with him. All of a sudden she hide. This, that, the other. People at a road, people that were close, everyone was speculating this, that, and I can hear them talking and I can't do nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? So that ended up going down the shithole. And then when I was in my early 20s, so my mum had passed away and everything at this point. When I was in my early 20s, I was obviously living by myself and stuff now with my daughter. My dad had heard about it after my mum passed away. He was in Jamaica in prison, and he come out and he was told, and the way he was told wasn't even the right way. It was lies that was told to him. And so because of that, he couldn't get the first telling out of his head, even when I'm telling him, nobody penetrated me. That did not happen. Both times I was molested, nobody penetrated me. The first time I fought like I was in my sleep, but I fought and unstuck myself so that he couldn't get to me. Do you understand? And the second time, as I said, nobody's penetrated. I'm not going to tell no lie upon nobody.
And you could easily come on here and embellish it and make it sound as worse.
I'm not, listen, you see me, my conscience, as much as I'm a solid person, my conscience is weak in the sense, strong, but weak as in the sense where I can't do that. It won't sit well in my spirit. So I'm not going to fabricate anything. There was none of that. There was no rape, no penetration, nothing like that. Do you understand? It was molestation. So I tried to explain that to my dad. It literally mashed up our relationship because he didn't know how to deal with it, and he didn't know if I was just hiding it from him or not.
Yeah.
So from there, as I said, everyone was chatting their shit on the road. And then my sister, the one that's younger than me, not his daughter, my dad's daughter, her and him were literally like forcing me to go to the police and saying, well, why wouldn't you? Forcing me to tell my little sister and all this kind of stuff, which caused a lot of issues again as well. And I finally did go with one of his friends. I think she was his partner at the time. And I think, so we went with her because she had knowledge about this kind of stuff. So I went with her and we went to the West Bromwich police station. I told them what happened. I told them, I went to the police station before. They said there was no files of it, no record of it at all. And I was like, excuse me? I said, I literally was there when I was 16. Like, how can there be no files? I did a whole video link. No, nothing there. There's nothing there.
Classic.
And I was like, what? So that, again, I'm going to be honest with you, ended up being to my detriment, but I was just like, this is exhausting. Like, what the hell is going on? Just forget it. I can't be asked. No one's helping me. Forget it. Do you get me? I'm just going to have to just live with the situation. As much as it was, I didn't realize at the time in my early 20s, but I didn't realize it was chipping away at me. Do you get what I'm saying? Thank God for my daughter. That's all I can say. Because if I never had her, as much as people used to chat me that I had her at 16, if I never had her, trust me. Anyway, so I left it again. A whole heap of family issues, and people used to treat me odd. Do you get what I'm saying? Even when my mum died, people was blaming me that I killed her because I stressed her out because I slept with her husband and all this kind of fuckery. Do you get what I'm saying? And then I went back again because he kept on taunting my dad, and my dad's a madman. You understand? He's not insane, but he's not a dickhead. And I've had to keep my dad from doing crazy things, because I'm looking at my sister and I'm saying, yo, as much as he's evil, my sister don't have no mum. Do you get what I'm saying? She don't even remember my mum good. So I'm saying I don't want to have the feeling that she's going to resent me or hate me, because the only thing that she's got as a parent is him, and now something's happened to him or he's crippled or something. Do you get what I'm saying? So even that caused the issue. So it's like I'm trying to make everyone else happy and no one's not hearing me. So from there, he must have seen my dad, but he was taunting my dad, and my dad saying, yo, my patience is wearing thin, basically. He didn't say it in those words, but that's basically what he's saying. He's saying the man's moving away. And I'm telling you, I'm going to do something. So I said, all right, cool. So I contacted my little sister, and I'm saying to her, for some reason in my spirit, it's telling me, you're the only one can stop this situation. There's going to be a bloodbath if he doesn't stop. Do you get what I'm saying? So she said she's going to chat to him. So she was supposed to come back, but she never coming back. So I'm saying, how come she's taking so long? And then I called her and she was already with him. So I'm saying this is going to be the first time now I've confronted him. Do you get what I'm saying? Because even when my mum passed away, I felt like I was forced to talk to him. Like when he used to drop my little sister to my house, I felt like I was forced to talk to him, but I'm, again, being uncomfortable because I'm not trying to make my little sister see certain things or think things. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is the first time I'm confronting him. And I've said to her, put him on the phone. So she's saying to him, yeah, I'll take the phone, and they're saying, when me need to talk to Melissa. When me really need to talk to Melissa. So I says to her, okay, since you don't want to come on the phone, put him on speaker. Put him on speaker. She put him on the speaker, and I started to just run my mouth. Do you get what I'm saying? And all he kept on repeating was, all me know me have my liar. All me know me have my liar. And that's all he kept. He didn't say anything apart from those two things. And I literally had a mental breakdown for I'd say about 5 days. But the only reason why I brought myself back to normal, or was able to, was because of my daughter, looking at my daughter. Do you get what I'm saying? But I literally went through a mental breakdown for about 5 days. Suicidal thoughts, all sorts of crap. Do you get what I'm saying? But I couldn't do it because my daughter. And I know what it's like to lose your mum. Do you get what I'm saying? So I couldn't even do, in my head, I'm saying, you can't even do it like that. So that happened. I said, you know what? Instead of this situation turning into a bloodbath, I'm going to go back to the police. My dad was saying to me, this is what you need to do, because if you're telling me I can't go and boss up a man, you better do something. So I said, okay, we'll go to the police. But what I've been telling you all this time is, you keep on running me to do this, but you need to understand, it's not going to be, I'm going to go to the police and they're going to lock you up and he's going to prison. It's going to be a long drawn thing. Court, then it's going to be a long drawn thing. My mental state, who's going to look after my fucking youth?
Yeah.
You have to be there every step of the way if you're going to tell me to do that. And he said, yes. So I went with him, his brother, my uncle, and my grandma, my mum's mum. Went to Steelhouse Lane first. They then ushered us to go to Newtown Police Station. This is 2016. And we've gone there. They initially thought I was my sister. I didn't even know there was actually police records of my sister. I haven't seen them. I don't know what but they initially called me my sister's name. And I'm saying, nah, that's my sister. So then they found mine. They found something about me, but they said it's in archives. So he made me give him the whole story again, the officer. I can't remember his name. They made me give him the whole story again. And he said to me, he said to me, the person, whatever hierarchy he was or position in the police force or whatever, he's on annual leave. And he'll be back in like 3 days or 4 days' time. And he'll contact me, but he's the only one that can get into the archives. He said, but in the meantime, because he's dropped your sister on your road before, you need to give this log number to the council and tell them to move you. So I said, okay. So I believe we went on a Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. So the Monday I called up the council and I told them what they said to me to do, gave them the log number. When I've gave them the log number, they've called me back like 20 minutes later and they're saying, I'm sorry, but we're unable to help you. So I'm like, what do you mean? They were like, well, we've called up and we've given them the log number, like just to check to make sure, and they're saying your case has been closed. I'm like, excuse me? But I was there 2 days ago. I'm waiting for the I don't know if it was a chief or whatever name they named him. I'm waiting for him to contact me back. He's on annual leave. How can it be? You must have got it wrong. She was like, no.
Mm.
And I didn't hear nothing from them after that. And again, I'm deflated because what the hell do I do here? Why every minute am I getting knocked back? What's going on behind the scenes? Why I keep on getting knocked back? Why these files are going missing? That should be there. And police are tipping off the man like he would do that to a frigging drug dealer. You're not going to go to a drug dealer and put a note on their door and say, we're here about you shotting drugs. You're not going to do that. But you're doing that to me. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So I was just like, just allow it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And from there, I've just literally suffered depression and anxiety for the last how many years? I don't really go anywhere. And even when I do go somewhere, I feel uneasy. I don't feel like my normal self. So I'm just here now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
no, go ahead, sis.
No, I'm saying, yeah, and that's basically what's going on.
Yeah. It's just so classic, the things that you've said to me, the grooming techniques, the trying to draw your trust, trying to make you complicit and draw you in to the abuse itself, you know, giving you the gun, that kind of thing. These are all classic grooming techniques of pedophiles. This is what they do to children. You know, the bit with the gun is particularly compelling for me because whether it's a gun or some other type of crime or naughty thing, you know, they draw the child into doing something that the child knows they shouldn't be doing, and therefore that holds them forever. They can play on that. There's just so many techniques, and that leads me to think this isn't the first time, you know, whatever. And you know, this man came as a grown man to England from Jamaica, so I'm pretty sure, in my mind, just knowing what I know of people that act in this way, that usually what happens is they come with the full bag. You know, they've already been offending for wherever they've come from, and they come as young men to hone their skills, if you like, in the new situation. And it seems to me that he had complete and utter uninterrupted access to your mother's daughters, to his stepdaughters. He could do what he liked. And he was very skilled, because people need to understand as well, we say it all the time, it's not just about exposing pedophiles, giving sisters like you, my sister, a platform to speak. It's also about educating people about how these people operate. And we say it all the time, you know, the fact that you are going to put that child in a position where they don't feel able to speak out. Then we have the community on top of it who do the things that you described. Classic. You know, you slept with your mother's husband. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that same scenario play out. We are a broken people, and we've got to stop it, because that is what enables these men to be able to slide back into the community.
I can see you, Shayla.
Oh, I was just about to say to Afua.
My daughter.
I was just about to say to Afua to just tell your mods, please, to just, yeah.
What, to quiet the people? Tell my mods what? Sorry?
Literally, as I said it to you, it's just been sorted.
Oh, okay. I haven't even been looking in the comments. I leave that till after, and the mods do their thing usually. I have a little glimpse here and there. But you lot better behave yourself and stop. Listen, this is a His Time Is Up safe space. This sister is here to tell her truth. I don't care who believes or doesn't believe. She is here to tell her truth. And that is it. And no one doesn't want me to start getting on the stink tonight. I'm actually trying to hold it down, because all that I am hearing is making me extremely angry. Not only with what I'm hearing about this character, Tenna Star, there's much more to be revealed, hold tight people, but also what I'm hearing about the community in Birmingham around this sister that treated them as usual in our slave mentality way and blamed the victim. It is unacceptable. It's not acceptable. So don't start playing out your niggitude and your niggerdom in these comments. I'm not having it. Mods, whoever's going to be trying to run down this sister, deny her truth and whatever, you will not stay here. You can say your opinion, but nobody get abusive. Just remember that, mods. Give them their opinion. That's what it's about. It's a community conversation. If they really got something to say, let them jump on when I put out the link, because believe you me, the link will be going out tonight, and a whole lot more with it. Let's get back to business, my sister. I hope that gave you a little breath, sis.
Yeah.
You don't block him completely, Toya. Let him come back. You know, sometimes you have to let them give them their rope so they can hang themselves. Yeah, if he's got so much to say, let him jump on and deal with me in what he's got to say, because a lot of them are just passa and hear he say. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, so that's basically there's
I think it was
obviously
me
you
that was
other than what I've said to you and what you said you're going to show. Obviously, you can conduct
right.
that. How you want to conduct it.
So I think it was me that was speaking before the little disruption.
Yeah.
It is classic. Everything that you've told me is literally textbook of how paedophiles operate, my sister. Textbook down to the T. All the little stages of the photo taking. And my question is, you know, what was those pictures for? You know, and I'm not going to say if what you are saying is true, because like I said, I believe you wholeheartedly. But what would those pictures have been for? In my opinion, I think it was sort of pre-internet days, and it would have been child pornography. You know, that was still fetching quite a lot of money, probably even more in those days, because it was rarer and harder to get. There was a lot of men involved in those things. You know, it was the street in those days, and it was hustle. And there were certain people who we've mentioned on this page that were definitely involved in that type of activity. So that doesn't sound unusual to me, although it might sound unusual to other people. Why would he be taking pictures? It's usually for profit and for the paedophile's own gratification, because he will get off on them. There are different types of paedophiles. There are those that will, predatory paedophiles that will just grab a child off the street, rape them, usually kill them, because they're usually necrophiles at the same time. And then you don't have those in the family, you know, the ones that us as Black women, 1 in 3 of us are so used to. It's the dad, it's the uncle, it's the brother, and everything is normalized. When he kept joking it out with you, my sister, he was trying to normalize it in your mind. But, you know, thankfully, you are the witness that God spared to come and tell this tale, because God knows we pray for your lovely sister. She didn't quite make it mentally, you understand? And I'd wager that he definitely would have been the one that did that to your sister. Who else would it have been? And as you said, your sister has made those allegations herself. When somebody is traumatized to the point of psychotic split, of a mental split in that way, and particularly when it happens from childhood, and you'll find that in adolescence and young adulthood, that is when the psychosis starts to set in. Do you understand? You're going to get disclosures like that. Well, I'm being spiritually raped. Anyone who works in mental health will know that when you speak to people in that situation, you read between the lines. You understand? So it's on the surface, she's saying that, but actually she's telling you that she has been raped. That's what it is, you know? And it's very convenient for those that put her in a position to play with her mind, that no one would really believe it, because it just sounds weird and fantastical. And we all know she's mad, so let's not believe what she's got to say. But you are the light to my sister that came on board a witness. Many people, we could see it in the comments on Instagram earlier this week, believed that we would be talking about your sister. But nobody's ever heard your story before now. Yeah. Take a breath, my sister, because the other thing that I want to cover right now, sis, take a breath. You are incredible. You really, really are. And you deserve a break roundabout now. But I want to cover these so-called allegations that surfaced this week. I don't believe that they did. I believe they were started by one person. But there was rumours being put out this week. I don't believe anyone else came to me with it. So I heard that there were rumours. I don't know if it's something that's been put out on the streets of Birmingham prior to this. It might be. But it is that your father was the one that had troubled your sister. And I really want to put that to bed. We've got Daddy beside you, haven't we, tonight? So I want to hear from you.
That's what he's telling people.
King.
But that is, hold on a second before he comes on.
We're not going to reveal what we talked about, but
no. I'm saying to reference to what you've just said.
Sure.
Anyone that's listening can attest to this if they're in the comments. That has never been any rumor on the streets. This is damage control. When people are questioning him, recently he's just said this since you've put out this. Nobody's ever heard of this ever.
That's right. That's what I think.
And furthermore, if somebody's father has done that to them, why And how can it be like the stepfather? Father and stepfather is two different things. So the
Right.
damage control right there, he needs to just stop. He looks pathetic, and everyone
I
that
think
knows my
he
dad,
put those rumours out
knows.
this week. Yeah, I do. I think he was the one to put those rumours out. That's just my opinion.
But anyway, here's
Yeah.
my dad.
Blessed love, King.
Yeah, my sister, well gone.
Blessed love, blessed love. I know that you've wanted to say your piece for a very, very long time, my brother.
But you know, so they don't want to say too much, you know, cause
I know you're holding it right now, brother man. I know you're holding it right now.
listen, you know, me just hear a while ago that even shocked me. I never hear nothing like that in my life yet. Me left them children mother when Ayana, but they know, sorry, me not even know what she was young. Me don't know, probably 5, 6, 7 or something like that. When me to you, send me do it to you.
Yeah.
And that, oh, no, she a sister.
No,
They must have you.
He's saying you do it to me and we're blaming you.
So how me for that and me never.
He's only.
It's propaganda, brother, that was putting out this week, and I think it came from his camp. That's what I think. You
Listen to
understand?
me.
I just wanted to put it to bed in case it's spreading on the street, and to have you here, brother.
Yo, listen to me. You know, my daughter tell you, say, my sister, as when you asked, posed the question to her earlier, where was I in her life when she younger? Yes, I used to be involved in a lot of things. I wasn't living right. I lived on the street with all kind of madness and badness. Right? Nobody know me would tell her that. I changed my life around 2006. But all during those times when I wasn't there for them, I used to see them every so often, every month, or every other month, or every few months, or probably twice a year, 3 times a year. I'm ashamed of it, but I'm not ashamed of it. Things happen. But I always make sure financially I looked after them. I hear that. Right? So for me, to hear something like that, even though you say it's propaganda, because anybody know me, none of them things. But I'll say this: if him there listen, sodomite, right? Sodomite, you forgot me thumping in your face already, batty boy, right? You see, let me tell you something. Don't call my name. If you call my name, talk the truth. Don't come with a malicious thing, sodomite, right? That's why I don't want to talk, because I'm upset, I'm not going to talk nice, you hear? So, but all I can tell you is I'm standing by my daughter. You understand? Because like she tell you earlier, right? When me first hear about this, me just come from a 7-year sentence at prison at Jamaica. And my mother-in-law called me and tell me, this is how it was brought to my attention, right? So me call my daughter straight away when she summons me her yard, right? My baby mother. When we go to her yard, when she tell me what I go on, because she said, boy, my daughter was hide some things from me, She was hide. I said, what do you mean? After me, she never did. What do you mean hide? So she said, well, blah, blah. She started to tell me about this little Salamite boy, right? And me never believe. Because the first time I ever met him, I'll make him raise money in my pocket and give him dub session. Me not care of feelings for woman, them kind of way there. Because I'm there with her, me respect it. But me put money in him hand, can't believe so the same Salamite come round her. You understand? So the point I'm trying to make is, when she tell me, when my mother-in-law tell me, she tell me, because that's what came to me. My first thought was to call my daughter. So when I call her, I say, yo, your mother-in-law, I say your grandmother just tell me some things, I don't know if I true, She said, Dad, where are you? I not forgot to know exact words. Dad, where are you? I said, your granny yard. She said, yes, that is true. But she broke down and tell me, say, it's true. Right? So from this on now, all my aim is to just go link her, right? So after I come off the phone there, me ask if anybody I can't remember which one of my kids and aunties was there, but they was there. And I ask who have the boy number. So I call him, right? I them thing I'm to talk about. Me call him straight away as a concerned father. I say, yo, when the man said the phone, him say, oh, this. I say, yo, I need this son of rare. And him say, Wagwan King Rare. I say, yo, this is not a social call, It's not call about my daughter. Come here, hear some things with you and my daughter. I say, oh, but I want a man call me, no hear that thing about no. Them say, I'm not call him with no idiot argument. Some said to him, say, listen, say if it's in front of my face, me knock out your teeth them out of your face, batty boy. Me can ask you about my daughter, you come to me about idiot argument. You understand? So from there, some take a dislike to him straight away. right? But you know what? Make him go and do him thing, right? I mean, me not gonna raise up my heart problem with him. You understand? I just say. So that might if you hear me, you know me not like you, boy. I mean, I hate you. If I never say system clear up right, I know I have camera. I mash up, boy. You understand? So I want me deal like my daughter tell you Afua. So I tell her to deal with this thing here. Because since me hear this thing here, me have a heart problem. Me have a son who born who get 7 heart surgery. Right? 17. You understand? Right? Me love all of my kids them. I'm gonna tell you something, I can't talk. Because if you talk, me not gonna make sense. I don't want to be irrational. I want to be rational for my daughter to see.
You're doing good, Daddy. You're doing
good. I really want to talk no more about it.
All right.
You understand?
All right.
You know what?
Thank you, Daddy.
Would I like meet you and kill him?
All right. I hear you. I understand how you're feeling, and I know that you're holding it because it's so difficult. Your male instinct is to go into Papa Bear mode and tear him shred from shred, but you're holding it, and you gave your daughter the right advice, my brother, that if you can't get to do that, because you know you can't, that she must take it to the next level. But thank you for talking to us, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you for clearing that up and for showing your intentions. And the other thing that's important for people to realize is that genealogy is what counts in this. The fact that this has been going on for way before it came into my inbox. This is not no flash in the pan thing, getting for clout, trying to bring a man down in his moment. This is history right here. And you know something, I can't take when big man cry, you know, it bitters my stomach to hear the king like that over this man. This is a father you're speaking to here. You're listening to here. This is a father. We've heard from the mothers so much, but we do not hear from the fathers very much. And you can hear the man's belly pain. I hear you, Daddy. I hear you. And I understand that instinct of what you really want to do. And I'm sorry we live in a society where that, you know, you can't get to act according to your natural volition as a protective father, my brother. But I'm so happy that you're there for the sister. I'm so happy that you're there for your daughter. So thank you. Thank you for that, my brother. Thank you for that.
Respect, sister, man. You hear that?
Blessed love, my brother. Sister, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you there. You know, whatever's happened in the past, whatever mistakes your father's made as a father, it's how the game is finished, you know, a lot of the time. And he's certainly there now, even if he wasn't there before. I really admire your father's strength because it ain't easy, and especially for a black man to hold it in and do the right thing. Do you want to talk about where we're at with that level of things in terms of legal?
Just let's say that I'm not letting the police get away with the fact that there's someone on board that's not letting the police get away with the fact that they've basically failed me. In their words, it wasn't my words, it was their words, and they are a part of what are they called? I can't remember what they're called. What are they called? Not professional standards. Is that what they're called?
But you're in process with it. It's not being let go, really. Let's just leave it.
So, this is just very recent. They're dealing with it from the police aspect to basically, you know, shake up the whoever. They're trying to figure out who was the officers in question that haven't that dealt with the situation the way it's been dealt with, basically.
Right. Yeah. Less said, sis, to be fair, and we are guiding and supporting you with that, are we not?
Thank you.
So we're going to get to the bottom of that, most definitely, because there's been too many failings by the police. Young people like yourself are just failed time and time again. And if we had a strong community that was holding our victims, I don't think it would be as bad. You know, when a young black man gets shot unduly by the police, we come out in our numbers and they're forced to take account. They're forced to have to examine their mistakes. But when the sisters are treated like this, especially if it's intercommunal, if it's black on black, a blind eye is turned, papers are lost, cases are closed without notice. And there's so many of our brothers, I'm not saying this brother is, but I'm just saying in the context of what we're talking about, there's so many of our brothers that are also police informers, particularly Jamaican men. We saw that in the case of Vincent Ratt, you know, the way that they used that particular populace against us. And that's why these cases fall by the wayside much of the time. That's speculation. As I say,
just to say as well, that's just
I'm
come to me
accusing
as
him of
well.
being an
He
informer.
also told me one of the times that all his friends' daughters fancy him.
Madness.
Yeah, he said that to me as well.
Pedo talk. Tell us about the Bible, sis. The Bible that was found and what was in it.
I didn't see it myself, but my family can, attest to it. They apparently, when he at one stage he got sent. This is when I was much younger. He got deported for, I believe it was weed. He got deported. At this stage, my mum wasn't married. So then she when he was over there again as a father, this is just to explain like even further of how much he was and a dad. Then he would write all of us letters, ask us how we're getting on with school and blah 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 blah. Anyway, when he came back, apparently, because again, as I said, I'm not going to lie on no one. If I didn't see something with my own eyes, I'm not going to say I saw it or say it's a thing. But apparently, there was a Bible that he brought for my sister, the one who's in the mental home. He bought a Bible for her with her name in there and her date of birth. There's been a lot of, and some people might get it, some people might not get it, but there's been a lot of talks and proof that we have seen growing up. Because I said I'm not going to go into those who know what exactly happened with my sister.
It's interesting you say about that, because I was always raised with my granny, and even my dad and my mum used to talk about Bible and key when it come on to Obia and them thing. Then this Bible's used in these ways, so I kind of get why you guys might view that in that way. You understand?
Yeah,
That's
but even not even just that, because I'm one of them people. As much as I know them things happen, I'm not just gonna put something on something because it looks like it.
No.
Or just at first glance. Do you understand?
It goes way deeper.
Living with my sister, I'm surprised all of us as siblings are not mad ourselves. Because as I said, my sister was living like a creature in the house, projectile vomiting black, and she's not eaten nothing black. She lost weight from getting medicated because the doctors, the specialists, the consultants, I was there and seen that for myself. And as a young child, I could see that they didn't know what the hell they were doing when they see, or what they were coming up against when they see my sister. Do you understand? And I remember them looking at her and writing and not even looking at the clipboard and the paper, because they couldn't believe what they were seeing. And they were, all of them, the hand were going quick when they were writing what they were writing. Right? They took her to the hospital, Samwell Hospital, right? And they said, we don't know what's wrong with her, right? So they don't know what's wrong with her. Never seen nothing like this before. However, they have to medicate her. And in order to medicate her, they have to give her a diagnosis. And for that reason, they are going to diagnose her with psychosis, as psychosis runs, it's an umbrella for a lot of different things.
Yes, of course, yes.
Right? So they're going to just basically say she's got psychosis because they have to medicate her to stabilize her and basically sedate her. So my mom turned around and told them she's not making them, these were her exact words, you're not guinea pig my picnic. Yeah? So she said she's taking her home. So they said, because they've put my sister under a section, my mom can't take her from the hospital. And if she does, it will be a legal matter and my mum will be arrested. So my mum ended up stealing her from the hospital and putting her somewhere else. And then because my sister's dad lives in Sheffield, when the police did come, she just said they were in my sister was in Sheffield, and they left it at that. But in the end, my mum still had to make her go back because, as I said, in the household, our household was chaotic. I think chaotic is even an understatement. We were living in the fucking Twilight Zone. It was a living horror story. It was a horror movie. She used to move like a living creature, walk on her all fours, as I said, vomiting black. She would literally like eat the wall, like sit next to the wall like a creature and dig out the wall and eat the wall. She's literally bitten at her own a chunk of her own flesh underneath her arm, right? She put feces all over the stairs, all over the walls. she literally would, what's the next thing that she used to do? She bit out her arm. She beat me up when I was pregnant. She would knock her knuckles together. She would say these weird words that no one's ever heard, and her voice wasn't her own. Her voice changed. She sounded literally like the Exorcist, right? She would say all sorts. She said she was going to kill my mom. She was saying she would do all sorts. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sounds to me, my sister, that you know what Western medicine calls psychosis, and what you're describing sounds like somebody give that little girl a massive lick.
Yep.
Hearing everything, I think one would be forgiven for surmising that. Blessed love, focus.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So as I said, she was living like a living creature. We had to stay in the house with her, because my mum didn't want to give her over to the people then, because they were literally, as I said, trying to guinea pig her. But in the end, my mum had to make her go back. And as I said, it was a horrible. I don't know how we're not crazy from what we witnessed. As I said, when I was pregnant, she kicked me up in my belly. This is obviously enough. I'm not holding it against her at all, but I'm saying whatever was in her, and I'm not even going to say on her, inside of her. You understand? It wasn't her. Do you get what I'm saying? And as I said, she sounded like the Exorcist. Do you understand? And then when they did finally medicate her, obviously everyone that knows about medication, it blows you up. She blew up, and within probably about the space of 2 months, if that, she went to less than a size 0. My mum would have to buy the drawstring jogging bottoms for her, and you draw it to the tightest of the tight, and it's still falling down. You understand?
So just completely destroyed, and you know
the stench in the house. My sister's just saying this to me now, reminded me the stench in the house that she would carry. My mum had to clean the house with J's practically every day, sometimes 2 times a day. You understand? And people that know her will know my sister was extremely talented. She was the beautifulest child that my mum ever had, right? And she was very smart, came out of school with 11 GCSEs, even in her 6th state. Yeah. She went to college, and she studied what she was studying, and she got 98% in her exam, highest of all of the people them that are normal in the class. And then she decided she was going to go to North Birmingham College, and she went, and then she relapsed. And I forgot to tell you the part where she plucked out her own eye, more or less, and gave herself keratoconus.
Oh my God.
This is how she was living. And this is how we had to live with her in the house. And as I said, he's done this to her. No one can't tell me nothing. And I feel like he done it to silence her. But as I said, I'm not going to tell her story too much about what happened, because I'm not sure exactly what. I've just heard speculation, what I will call speculation, because I didn't hear it myself. Sure. What I do know is she was before whatever happened to me, she was starting to speak out. But I believe that he needed to silence her, which is why he done what he done. That's my belief. As I said,
he couldn't get to your strength, my sister.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't ramp with me them way there, because my spirit's a different kind of spirit. So he couldn't ramp. I mean, he probably tried. Maybe this is the reason why I've got a lot of blockage. But to mash me up like that, and yes, I've had, you know, as I said, probably a 5-day mental breakdown or whatever. But I strengthened myself back up, because, as I said, I'm not leaving my daughter by the wayside. So yeah, but that was the Bible that you asked me about anyway. That's what I've, as I said, I didn't see it myself, but that's what I've heard from my family.
So sis, there's a thank you, baby. There's a particular document that we talked about earlier. Now, this document, tell us about the document. Have you got it with you at the moment?
I have a picture of it.
Oh,
so I didn't take that. I didn't take
the copy. To read it. I've got it here, but reading it from the screen is a little bit difficult for me. So I'm wondering if you can read it at some point.
I can read it. Not that people don't believe, but I think that I'm
going to show it anyway while you're reading it. So we'll do that. But tell us about that. Tell us about what the document is, how it came about. And
so basically, when I first got into conversation with you, I told my auntie.
Yeah.
Right. And I had my reservations about it, because I didn't, I just didn't know if I should say anything. But something says to me, just tell her. So I told her, and she said that her eyes was literally filling up with water, which is not usually like her, because she's a solid piece of woman. I was even taken aback when she said that, actually. And she says to me, you know something? I've got a letter. So I says, what do you mean? She says, I have one letter. And she says, when your mum died,
Yeah.
and we were clearing out the house, but clearing out her room and everything, she found a letter in her drawer. And it's from his mother. So I said, what?
So it's from Tenna Star's mother, a letter
Yes.
that was sent. His mother lives in Jamaica, right?
Yes, right. I've
So
never
she
met
was,
her. I've never met her or anything like that, but she lives in Jamaica, right? So I'm saying, what do you mean? Because all this time, my mum's been dead 19 years, coming, 19 years coming, and I've never heard about this. Do you understand? So, like, how come I didn't know? And she was just like, she just keep it. She never bothered really say nothing. No one knows that she's got the letter. So I says, okay, so what's the letter? So she said, something to do with this situation. But how my auntie was seeing it is that it was, and how I was seeing it at first before I actually saw it, was that maybe my mum had told his mum what happened and the mum was responding. But when my auntie came and brought the letter to me the following week, when I read the letter, it's not a responding letter. It's a letter asking and pleading my mum to tell her what the hell has gone on because she's heard something.
And this was from your sister, obviously your sister's time. From that,
So
those.
this letter was sent in 1998.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that, and you know what, to be fair, the letter is in immaculate condition considering it's so old. It was really preserved. My mum obviously kept it in well condition because I was even shocked when I seen it. My mum kept it in well condition and my aunties kept it in immaculate condition. And why I know it was 98 is because the stamp said 30 celebrating 30 years of Air Jamaica, and it said I think it said 98 on there, right? So
And
that's how
also,
I know.
it's that people will see in a minute, but also it's in an airmail envelope. For people of a certain generation, will remember those red and blue airmail envelopes
Going round the edge,
that
yeah,
don't even exist anymore. Exactly.
right. So
Okay. So do you want to start, sis? Do you want to go ahead? I'm going to show it as you're going along because I've got some
yeah,
copies there.
so
Yeah.
obviously there's a part in there. I will say if everyone sees me jumping, they'll see that it's because there's a part in there about his sister, but I'm not really interested in talking about that because that's not nothing to do with this. I'm not
All
doing
right, but
all of
that's
that.
cool.
Yeah,
We're going to show the letter anyway. So yeah.
yeah, yeah.
All right, go ahead, sis.
So bear with me with the reading because I said I'm nervous and all that kind of stuff. So basically, she said, "Hello, Sani. I remember I'm reading it off a phone as well, so it's quite small. I know you are very upset at this moment, but we share it with you. I should write to you a long time ago, but my dear, the work is down on me, and when I come in at night, I'm so tired." She called the sister's name and said the sister come and bought a phone card and to call my mum basically, yeah. But she's called 2 times, but the phone is basically saying that it's not in my mum's phone's not in service. Then she said, first of all, first of all, this is what I want to set straight between us. Raymond, baby mother, never sleep in my house. I made it straight. So basically, he had a child. As much as my mum brought him here, he obviously, which we didn't know when we were kids, because as I said, we lived in a happy house. We didn't know that he had cheated on my mum and had impregnated this woman just before he impregnated my mum with my sister. The baby mother never sleep in my house. I made it straight to Raymond. He told me she was coming. I asked him, where would she be staying? I told him your wife sleep in that bed and your sweetheart would not be sleeping in it. I did not know where she stayed. One day I saw her come in and introduce herself to me and the child. They left. Hold on. They left. They hold on. They left. They leave and I didn't know. For I was at work. they didn't spend any more than 20 minutes at my house. Now, Sani, which is my mum, I am upset. I am ashamed. I can't believe what I am hearing. I want you to call me and tell me, because Tenna, which is obviously him, don't want to tell me what is the matter between you and Raymond, him again, yeah? He is just telling me a little, then he tell me a little. I can't get the full story. Then how Raymond say he's Rasta and Rasta no Jah. Then how that happened to him. Send and tell me if he really have sex with your two daughter. Now with that, when I saw that, I was startled, because I'm thinking in 1998, who is the two daughters? Because my situation didn't happen until I was 14, and I turned 14 in 2001. Right, so that startled me. And as I said, this is something new from the last, from July, I've found this out, yeah? July of this year. Then she said, had sex with your two daughters. Now, it is very important for you to tell me the truth, because I will never speak to him again. So this is what made me understand that this is not her responding because my mom's told her. Somebody else has told her. Right? So let me go to the second picture. Right, so it says, she will never speak to him again, not on such good terms, not even their father. I am serving God, and God want us to do right. Please don't think that this is the way that's the way I grow them. I brought them up in godly fear, sorry. But you can see the devil take over Raymond. Then obviously that little part there I'm not going to add on because that's not my business. Blah 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 blah. I am vexed with what happened between you and the sister, because we are family. No, she said she's not vexed with my mom over whatever happened with her and my sister, whatever argument happened with her and her daughter, because she still classes my mom as family. Then she said, what Raymond did to your children, I know it hurts, but still, he is your husband, and for better and for worse, have a little mercy on him. None of us is perfect. We are all humans, and all of us have our weaknesses. Don't tell the whole England and your family, for it will turn curse to you. For you, some things we'll just have to live with and ask God to heal the pain. Please give my apology to your two daughters for me, and tell them I am sorry for the depth of my heart. All of us are in shock. Then they've mentioned the sisters, saying that they all don't. I don't know when I will forget it. The sister came down. From the sisters coming back to, because the sister was here and stayed with us in our home. Yeah. So she's saying from the sister came back to Jamaica, he does not call anymore, nor does he write. So can I say the two of them is dead to me, him and someone else that doesn't nothing to do with me. I don't hear your side yet, which is a confirmation again that my mum did not tell her this, someone else did. I don't hear your side yet, but if it is true, let me go to the next slide. If it is true, he will not want me to know that. The sister cried and said, although you two did not get along, but she did not want this for you or your children. Please send and tell us which two of them. Sani, you has to give your life to the Lord, that you can grow your children in the Lord, that he can protect you and your children. The children look up to Raymond as their father. He let them down. I am so sorry. I was coming to England, but her daughter said it's not the right time for her to come now. I just wanted to see you and talk to you for myself, for me to just feel a little better. I am praying for you as I always did. Please try and call me. I need to hear from you personally. I end with sadness and grief because he used to tell me how much he loves his family. How is the sister? Please, my sister, please don't take it out on her. She's just an innocent child. an innocent little baby girl, sorry. We are fretting for her that her sisters will be going to take it out on her when you're not there. I always love you. I love you and always will. Don't care what happened. Take care of yourself, please. And please write or call me. It is important. And that's then she ended the letter basically.
Yeah. And there we see the evidence of the airmail envelope with the stamps
Yeah,
and
you can
stuff
take it. Yeah, you can take it down now, lovely.
to show the authenticity of that.
Yeah.
Now that letter is really compelling for me because number one, it's his own mother.
Okay.
And she's
You
right.
want to take it down now?
Sorry?
Okay. No, all right. No, it's all right. No. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, that's basically the address that we lived at.
And that's evidence. You do realise that, sis?
Yeah.
So this is his own mother, and his own mother is writing to the mother, his wife, basically your mother.
Yeah.
She doesn't at any point say that she disbelieves the allegations or anything like that. She's actually doing what a lot of Jamaican women of her generation do and asking your mother to hush it up and stay silent. My God. That's pretty much what it is, isn't it, sis?
Sorry, I was just drinking, yeah.
Yeah, that's what she does. But that letter is extremely compelling for me. And it is something that would be very interesting. The CPS would be very interested in. So, you know, in the process that's going at the moment, I do know that I certainly will be encouraging you. And I know that you will be doing that anyway. As evidence. That is evidence. It's straight evidence in cases like this. I say it all the time. We do not get material evidence in these cases. I hate it when people come on the page and say, hey, where's the evidence? Hold on. Did the 5-year-old preserve their panties and run down to the police station with the DNA 30 years back? Do you know what I mean? They also don't understand the process of a child. No matter how many times people like you come on and tell them the thought patterns of a child in that situation and how that child isn't going to reveal straight away. Some do, some don't. And that depends on the protective factors around that child, whether or not them are going to talk. Do you understand, sis? Well, I know you do. But all of this is really, really, really compelling. Absolutely compelling. I'm going to put the link out very soon, but because I do want to hear from people. I know some people want to jump on and give their own thoughts, validate what you're saying, and if there's anybody that wants to oppose what sister's saying, then jump on too. Everybody and all are welcome. I particularly like to hear from Tenna himself, actually, because an innocent man amidst all of these allegations surely would jump on and defend him Kana. But I don't think that's going to happen anyway. But we're going to get into the real meat and potatoes of tonight. And before we do that, I just want for people that ain't kind of familiar with him, after hearing all of that, to get a little sense of the man. So I've got a couple of videos I'm going to show. Also, for those who don't know, I actually came across this man. I met him in 2019, very briefly. I didn't even have a conversation with him that night, but I was called by a mate of mine, the guy who was comparing on the night, Brother Bobo El Numero Uno. Many of you will know him. He's a friend of mine. And he said, Afua, jump on this show, whatever. I had no, what do you call it, rehearsals. I didn't know I was doing it. I just came on off the bat, freestyle, done my thing. It was rough in places, but the crowd loved it, and off I went. There was some mingling backstage, and I came across him. I was introduced. Might have even took a picture of him. I can't find it, though. And I don't know him other than that. I forgot about him. I'd never heard about him as an artist. I seriously hadn't prior to that. And after that, like I said, I forgot about him, never came across him again until now. So I'm going to show you guys a couple of clips, and then we're going to get into what I've billed as the twist of the evening, because there is definitely a twist tonight. Let me tell you. Holy Pagwan backstage tonight. Is there not, my sister?
There definitely is. I just tried to keep
because you know, this man is in a cabal, and there's a lot of dirty stuff going on, really, and I'm going to reveal all of that. But point of the matter is, let's have a look at who he is anyway. For those who don't know, so as I say, he's a bit obscure. He's kind of well known in very, you know, sort of circles. If you're of a certain age and you're really into reggae music, you will have heard of the man and know his music. But other than that, I don't think you would. Do you know what I mean? So let me just present that for a bit, sis. You can mute up if you want.
Okay.
Though some put their trust in chariots, and some put their trust in horses, I and I put I trust in the Most High. Behold, oh, what a pleasant it is. Oppressions and refugees, perfect unity. It's the precious.
Sorry, guys, bear with. It's buffering a bit tonight, doing its usual rubbish thing. Need to find a different stream, maybe. Not sure what's going on here. Oh, lovely. We don't need all of that. Okay. That's going to go. Right, let's try again, because I think we're going to lose that. I just touched the wrong thing. Ah, mate. There we go. That's going to go. Let me try again. It's my rubbish technology as usual. If I can't get that on, I'll just move on to the next thing, to be fair. Right. Bear with my guys. Yeah, a lot going on. Fashion dreads. You could. That was him actually singing the chanting, the Rasta chant. Not a bad voice actually, to be fair. But yeah, it's what they present. This case is really reminding me of the Punroy situation with that Baba Ras that abused his own daughters. That's up in court this November. We're talking about more about him as time goes on. But it really reminds me of that with the Rasta element and, you know, the piousness and, you know, that kind of charisma that nobody would ever believe that this person could have a different personality, you know, and be involved in these things. So it really reminds me of that. But yeah, let me try this again. I'm not going to large up the screen. That might be affecting it tonight. You can see it's loading mad slow, this machine.
Yeah, the eyes from them time with the eye and look back. No. Yeah. Did I hear the eye voice round the town? Because they have a tune up here when they have gone back a yard.
Oh, that tune, yes.
Yes, mash up
yes,
them.
yes,
That
yes,
tune mash
yes,
up them,
yes,
man.
yes.
The Freddie McGregor show, I and look back on that tour there.
Rasta, as I say again, you know, a lot of people, you see, when some people do interview, not for them, they really tell the fullness, you know, for whatever reason. But I in front of me, I tell I said I give a big break with a show with the Freddie McGregor and the name Chuck Black thing, Rasta Nego Science. Not for the word, but pick up yourself, Solomon, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, Rasta, I want the whole team. Rasta, I want big up yourself, the singer. I mean, I tell you, brethren, that link there for me was the gate opener, brother. You can't get big on this up. If you step up in the game, and Freddie McGregor's a legend. So when you go up and give her your strength and say, room, got so I say, yeah, now look back on this, brother. So I give thanks to that brethren. For me, give me that break that I don't look back from this up. Going back at the yard tune is a tune where it's self-explanatory and the
So you get an idea, guys. You guys can go onto YouTube and visit that whenever you want. You know, you get an idea of he's an artist. He's fairly established. You mentioned Ras Iwan, actually. I didn't realized that before. But I love that brother there. I've definitely worked with him and been around him back in those days. And, you know, with the Lava Ground posse then, I did Cafe Paris with Iwayne when he first came in. And that was a great time. They were good guys. But you mentioned Iwan. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Wicked artist, Ras Iwan. This is me actually at his show Hootenanny just before lockdown. It was literally like just weeks before lockdown. As I said, I told that story that I've never come across him before. But take this in, guys. I'm not going to play all of it. As you can see there.
And they have never failed you. Am I correct? Yeah. Am I correct? Yeah. All who give thanks to the Almighty Father to be here one more time to listen to the heartbeat music. Let me hear you say, Jah. I can't hear you. Let me hear you say, Jah. Special welcome to you and God knows who, to another musical night at Hootenanny, all courtesy the Diva Studios and Sister Ruben presenting to you reggae music, the only music that brings a whole nation together. Am I correct? Yeah. The only music that advocates peace, love, equality, and justice. Am I correct? Yeah. Bless the house in Hootenanny tonight. Put your hands together for Afua, the world renowned. Can we bless the house in Hootenanny tonight? Come on, can I bless the house in Hootenanny tonight? Put your hands together for Afua, the world renowned spoken word artist. Afua, come and start the proceedings this evening.
Just the words, no sound. We got Hootenanny. Steadfast, 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 steadfast in our Babylon system. Right, again, you guys can go on and check that out if you want. I thought he would have taken it down actually, but he hasn't. So it is what it is. Is there, if you want to check it out, go and have a look. There's connections, there's links. We know this guy. And when you look at him, actually, he doesn't, we know on this platform that there is no look for certain kind of people. Yeah? There is no look for certain kind of people that do these kinds of things. There's no typical look. The actual police profile is a male aged 35 to 55, white and working class. That's who we're told is the perfect or the ultimate profile for a paedophile, you know? But there is no look. There is no respecter of color or race or creed or class or anything. And that's the problem. They hide in plain sight. When you look under brother and the Rasta vibes and whatever, you could have never tell. Very interesting. But right now, my sister, you there, Melissa?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about these rumors that came out with your dad and whatever. I believe, and we've spoken about it, haven't we, before now? There's a few surprises in line tonight. And tomorrow morning is going to be very interesting for certain people. But I am just gobsmacked at the levels. Now, I believe there was a little bit of a campaign this week going on the page, because for the most part, I put this thing up, well-known brother in the industry and whatever. It's quiet as a mouse from anybody in the industry. There's nobody defending him, which we normally see when we're dealing with musicians that are well-known in their, you know, in their field or in the community. We always see people in the community defend them, you know, unequivocally, and family members and people like that. We didn't see none of that. What we did see, though, my sister, was one comment from an individual. Where's it gone? One comment from an individual on Instagram. And to me, that comment was made up, you know? I didn't believe it. It was a fake account. I really believed it was driven by him, whoever did it. I don't know if he made it up himself or somebody made it up for him. It was just really interesting. But I'm going to go into that. I'm going to show that comment if I can find it. I think this is it. And the comment says, come on, show me. Oh no, this is the wrong one actually. We're going to get into this one in a minute. This one here. But the comment is basically trying to say that, you know, it's against you and it's talking about witchcraft and such the like. Let me try and find it because we're getting into this one in a minute. Don't worry about that one. About that comment. So it must be this one. Yeah, it was this one. So this fake account here was the only person in the comments defending this brother in any way, shape, or form.
And when the comment was made, sorry to cut you, when the comment was made, when we saw it, we went and tapped into the profile, and the profile was made at that time. So
yeah, that's right. That's what I said.
Yeah,
it's a fake profile, right? It's a fake profile. It says, "I know everything about that family and all who behind this. I know when Tenna Star first came to this country. I know everything about those people. First wicked witchcraft people. He was around. I know what they did to him to keep him. They tied him, but God not sleeping. I will come out and expose all the devils who setting up these people to tear that man down. I'm going to come out and talk how they science Tenna Star to keep him, those dirty witchcraft people. Now, everybody here tonight, right? Just take a note of the way that this is written, the bad language, okay? It's just written by somebody who I think is dyslexic, quite frankly. And then, so, you know, people go on to challenge this Miss B More Straight? Miss B More Straight. They go on to challenge Miss B More Straight, yada, 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 right? So that was one of the comments. It's only been liked by one person, hasn't it, sis?
It definitely has only been liked by one person.
Right. And that one person that it has been liked by is, let me just get the other one. That's number 2. I think this is the one that we saw before, isn't it? Yeah. So the one person that it's been liked by is Mitzi June. Now, Mitzi June is also very well known in the industry. Very well known, in fact. So she says, so what about Gary Glitter, the Queen's sons, Einstein, and all the BBC freaks? How nobody don't mention these white men? And she goes on to be challenged again. Somebody says, because Afua's platform is for exposing black people in our communities. Roly eyes, of course, everybody knows that. You know, everybody knows what Afua's platform is about. And it's not just Afua's platform, it's the sisters' platform, it's the people's platform. But everybody knows what that's about, right? And I know that the sister knows what that's about. So I answer her. And I think that would be, which make her get the right screenshot now. I think
let's just be clear quickly, just for the I'm not going to really address people in the comments, but the person who just said, why are these people in so much witchcraft? That comment is damage control.
Yeah, well, exactly. I'm going to go on. That's cool. I'm going to go on to just explain.
I'm not being rude to you, by the way, but I was just trying to clarify it just to make.
No, I understand this. Try stay out of those comments until after I beg, because it's very distracting. We're going to break that down. Of course, we know that it's fake. It's a fake account, and it's only been liked by one person, which is the sister. And then she goes on to make a comment that would suggest that, you know, she's not in agreement with the post, right?
Right.
So then I reply in conjunction with what the last person said, and I say, I'm surprised at this comment. As somebody who's been following the movement and attended our marches, you should know our philosophy. The white media talk about those people with their victims, and their victims have an outlet to speak. Who stands for black victims? How long have our communities safeguarded these men and victim blamed the women who do not speak up? You know that's what it stands for. Come on, sister. What kind of foolish point are you trying to make, right? I think there's one more where sister basically says that, hold on, let me try and find it. I think there's one more.
Yeah, there is definitely one more. I know what she said.
I don't know if I know you know, but I don't know if I screenshotted it. I don't know if I screenshotted it actually. Let me see. Yeah, it could be this one. If I haven't showed this one already, I think it is, yeah. So basically she says, well, I was just in Brixton to buy my
Oxtail
the day, talking about the march. And she happened upon the march and so on.
And that's the only reason why she was there, yeah.
And that's the only reason why she was there. The first and second march, by the way. I don't know about, I'm talking about the first march. We are talking about the first march in that thing. But find it really interesting because this sister here, guys, Mitzi June. Oh, Mitzi, oh, Mitzi, oh, Mitzi. You see that Bible passage that I put up on the what do you call this thing? The thumbnail for tonight. I put a particular Bible passage. It's one of my favorites. It says that in layman's language, I'm not going to even do the proper quote, but in layman's language, it says the first woe comes, and then the second and the third woe comes quickly. That's what it says. And it's Revelation 9:12. Read it. Tonight, my brothers and sisters, I am going to do what I have never done before. I have never, ever done it in the 4 years that I've been doing this. What I'm about to do tonight, I've never done it. But I believe, my brothers and sisters, bear with me, that it is warranted. I have never revealed a source, ever. I will never reveal my sources. You see, when I want information, if I get told about an artist, yeah, there are 3 people historically within this thing that I would go to verify certain things with. 3 very well-known, very, very well-established people within, in fact, 4 within the music industry that I will go to cross-check, verify, you know, talk to, get information from behind the scenes. Yeah. One of them has passed on, and 3 remain. Now, out of those 3, Mitzi June is one of them that I will go to. I don't know the sister apart from that Tenna Star thing that I did just before lockdown that I just showed you guys. That's when I first met her, I think. I might have come across her, you know, as you do in the industry along the way, but didn't know this woman, still don't know this woman. Only time I've ever met her in the flesh is when she has turned up to support. I do believe, you know, my menopause brain already, I'm sure she came to the High Court with us, you know, to support, and we appreciated that, yeah? But I've never revealed a source before, ever. Tonight I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it because this actually, with me and Mitzi June in my head, goes back to the Winsome and the Frederica story a couple of weeks ago, if you watch that one, when Sister Sharon and her daughter Cookie was online and they were all battling it out. And I said at the time to you guys, I said at the time that I do not believe that Sharon is the person that is sending the most recent things. Go back and watch it if you haven't seen it. She's not the one sending the most recent damaging content and messages about Frederica and Winston Moncrief. I don't believe she's doing the most recent stuff. I believe she started it, or she sent something in the beginning, and somebody in the know knew that that was happening and is doing the most recent stuff. Okay. No, sister's calling at the moment. I don't know if you can see that. She's calling. Don't bother with it. Don't call me right now because your time is here, my sister, I'm afraid. It's better you don't call me. So she has been a source, basically. I even just lost my thread just now. I kind of should have anticipated that. Anyhow, she was a source. She has been a source on various different things. And to be honest, 1 or 2 things in the beginning, that was verified through other people anyway, and I don't fault her with any of that. That was way back with other people. I'm not going to say who. But since then, she's been on my WhatsApp, you know? So she sends little messages like people do. We don't talk. It's none of that. Not my friend. We do not talk. Every so often, she'll link me, like ring me up or send something on the WhatsApp about something, about somebody. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes I'll say to her, well, where did you hear that? And she'll say, well, the sound engineer told me. And I'll go like, I can't use that with Mitzi. That's not evidence. You know what I mean? It's all hearsay with her a lot of the time. Anyway, I'm going to get to the rest of it. I'm going to tie this up, don't worry, but just bear with me. I need to kind of backtrack to the Winsome's thing first and let you guys kind of understand that. So when it came onto the Winsome thing that went out, I called the sister. Why? Because I got a text to my phone, and the text was what we talked about. One of the nasty texts that was accusing the sisters of all these nasty things, of setting up Troy Ellis and all this stuff. I got the text. And when I got the text, I instantly thought, oh, did Mitzi send me that? Is it one of her things that she's telling me again? Because it was about people in the industry. So I called her and I said, did you just send me a text? No, I didn't. I said, all right. And I told her, have you heard about this stuff? She said, oh, kind of not really. I've heard a few little whispers and whatever, but let me make some phone calls and call you back. You see, within about 15 minutes, people, I got spammed with a bag of messages about the situation, telling me all kind of information, everything I needed to know about this situation. It was way past this one little text that I'd got. And I just thought that was a little bit too soon. And it was done in a way that it was forwarded to me. Do you understand? And I just thought, why? Those phone calls were quick. Do you understand me? Those phone calls were bloody quick. But you know what it is with me? We have always said that we will never, ever, ever safeguard enablers. You see these women that enable the men. You understand me? You see these women that enable the men will turn you out, Mitzi June, just like we will do the perpetrators, the peds, and all the rest of them. We're not having it. You see this nastiness in our community, it's got to stop. This evil Jezebel spirit amongst the women, it's got to stop. And if the man them know what good for them, they will stay far from these sisters here. What you're doing, Mitzi June, is wickedness. And what you did is wickedness. Because I know you sent me that initial text that caused me to light up and start asking questions and start investigating Winsome them and starting to wanting to know what was going to happen. You sent me that text. It wasn't Sharon. It wasn't that sister there. It wasn't Elegance who sent me that, because she don't got my number at all. And the speed with which you came back with the information about your own sisterings, Winsome and Frederica, it was too quick. If you think you can bamboozle and lie and manipulate us at his time is up as a sister, I'll turn you and rip you a new ass, my sister. And tonight, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Your altar order. It is wrong what you have been doing. And then to come on our page and to try and defend a paedophile in the way that you have. Now, I could have understood why you wanted to play that game. So I'm going to kind of break it down in a minute. But I'm going to, I got something that I need everyone to really take note of, yeah? Because let me just look on my WhatsApp. Let's see what one. Okay. Yeah, it don't make sense you call me tonight. There's nothing to be said after this. You can repent if you want. You're probably going to cuss me and hate me, but I actually don't care. I really don't care, because you see the game you're playing, sister. You see that energy that you come with, sister. I don't abide by it at all. And we're going to get to Tenna Star with you and him. And Tenna Star, let me tell you something. I believe every single word that your former stepdaughter is saying to me tonight. That is my honest opinion based on all that I've heard and seen. But you see who you set up to want to try to defend you, and she played the game with you for her own reasons. Yeah, your little friendship, your little duo that you got trying to discredit this family and this sister. You should have never taken her on. Ra makes sense. Is this somebody else there? I thought that was her. You should have never done all of that because she weren't worth it. So let me just kick back everyone and just take in this little video I got going on. It's actually a screen recording of my chats with this your sister. Yeah. I tried to edit out certain things, but it just didn't work out. I just don't know how, and it wasn't working. It was blurring out the whole thing. So I'm going to try and stop and start and try to miss certain things, because there's certain information in there that I don't want other people to see. It's other people's private information. So I'm going to try and do that. So just bear with, but you're going to see the chats between me and her. Winsome and Frederica, if you are watching, block that sister now. She is not your friend. You hear me? She's not your friend. And Tenna Star, we're going to move on to the fact that you deserve all that you get, really. Oh, people want to know what she looks like. Oh, I got definitely a picture of that. Let's have a look. Because that's going up on the page tomorrow. You're a perpetrator. You don't even know it. There it is, Mitzi June. There she goes. Very well known in her industry, actually. Yeah. But that's her. And she is the secret lover of Tenna Star, sorry. God rest his soul, Tenna Fly, don't do that. She's a secret lover of this man. She is a lavish, spread news, just awful Jezebel spirit. And the things that she does. And because she went and fast on the page now, this is what always happens with these people. You think they can climb up in our camp and try to pretend there's something that they're not, and double cross people and try to have, how long before she turned on me like Afro Belly? That type of personality, this woman. Yeah. But when she fasts on the page, I got hit up in my DMs about people telling me about stuff she's done. And I'll talk about that in a minute anyway, but just watch this, people. What you will see is me answering in green, she's in the white, and this is our WhatsApp chat, me and her. This your woman.
Oh, no.
And it's hurt so much because I actually did check for this brother, It's like when he gets new friends, he just discard me to one side. But you want to come to London and chill out? Oh, you're up by my house. He didn't even wish me happy birthday, but bought me some leopard skin purse. Not even happy birthday. Yeah, I think he's trying to be in competition with me. He's a bit jealous of me as well. This is what I pick up.
Don't forget to you. Oh, still better, Girl, I found love when there was no one around. You came in, and girl, you turned things around. I was at the crossroads of my life, and you saved me. life, yeah. You've opened up the parts that light inside. I found love when it seemed there was no chance. And just like an angel, girl, you light up my life. And I thank God for sending you, and you saved me, yeah, from the madness and the sadness inside you. Now I know life is worth living. Yes, I know all this love I'm receiving. Oh.
Yeah, because Claire Angel was backing you when Substance and Danger was in war online. Claire Angel was commenting. She had one bad singer from Birmingham, but him grew her up too. Yeah. Let me try and find out the name of the charity. The picture's just been taken down. The picture's taken down. It was up 2 days ago. It was up, and now it's been taken down. Her and all the African kids around the water fountain.
Just bear with the buffer, brothers and sisters. It does this sometimes. I hope it's not going to collapse again. We'll have to start again. Come on, man. Sorry, guys. Bear with. Let me just reset this thing, people, because you know how these things are.
the second-hand drugs and sitting, you know, I mean, he's had a mild heart attack already. So, you know, and they'll keep him in the hospital prison. They won't carry him like to any hospital in Bristol. Since I tried to listen to all of the show and I fell asleep and what, but I can take God off the cross. I know I gave Sharon about 20 to 30 numbers when she was setting up her radio station. And that's how she get most of these contacts, thinking that I'm helping her. She even lied and said she was paying my rent for me down at the studio Northern. Nothing I got to say, you know. She told people she was my manager. I think she's not well. I've given Sharon so many numbers. And I'll tell her to her face. She bring up people in Jamaica for a dub play and this and that, and she's a dangerous woman. But I think she's mentally unstable. I think she just feels left out or something. But I was told by Lady Sugar to stay away from her, but now they're best friends. But when she set up this radio station, I think it's unique something. I gave her DJs and, you know, people in the fraternities numbers to get her up and running. So she could never say she ain't got their fucking numbers. You know, I'm out, mate. You know what I mean? I'm going through my own love trauma and this love bomb thing, you know what I mean? But people just have to know how to live good. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be calling up Alison's name neither. They shouldn't be calling up Alison's name. But I don't know where it's going to go from here. I've been getting them texts for about a year and a half. But sometimes I just ignore them. But you can't trace them because it's different phone numbers. I got the link to join it. I didn't understand. And when I clicked on the link, I saw some ceiling. So I went on your YouTube instead. Some ceiling and scuffling because I thought it was a scam or something. I got the link as well. This is just one piece of mix-up. They all need to start telling the truth. I thought this was all about the brother Troy Ellis, and it's gone into Sharon. This is Sharon. Of course, it's Sharon said in the text. She ain't got nothing to fucking do. She can't read and write, and she can't spell. She's compulsive. I've already asked her why she's telling people should pay my rent at the studio in Nord when I was paying my £500 a month, and it got back to the bottom. Barber, you know, it got back to the barber and said, tell her. For 4,000 Facebook friends on my Facebook. Me don't know them. I can delete about 3,000 of them. They send a friend request to you because they see you with a picture of me and Ziggy Marley and think, yeah, she knows him. Yeah, I told her him. But you don't hear nothing from them. So I'm going to delete a good 1,000. But a good 1,000. I don't know them. So I want to delete Holy Body's Facebook carousing. Some of them are just spies.
Anybody on my Facebook page, when I get requests, I just press accept, which I shouldn't do. I ain't got time to sit there and vet it, to be fair. But yeah, I hear you. I'm going to give that sister in a call.
Can you not ask, Afua, can't you ask the girl's father if he's ever troubled her? Because quite a few people are saying that it's the father that used to trouble her. Some little jealous vibes. The father was jealous against Tenna. But I heard that it's the father that used to trouble the girl. You know what I mean? So at least the father should be allowed to answer. I think you have to ask the father, is that true? You know? But it just sounds a bit weird, you know? But I think you have to ask the girl's dad. Because quite a few people are saying the girl's dad used to trouble her. So is it a vendetta thing or, you know?
See, baby, I'm not dealing in no misinformation, okay? I know what I know, and everything will be revealed on Friday. There's no misinformation. That is misinformation, and I'm not dealing with it, okay?
Yeah, but the rumors going around is the father that used to mess around with the daughter. So at least give them the benefit of the doubt. You should just, it's just yes or no, you know? You know, and some people are evil, you know? If you ever see what my sister ever done to me, but I wouldn't even go into that, but I don't know what to say. Sure, forget it.
Mitzi, sweetheart, I'm on top of the story. I know what the rumours are, and all will be revealed on Friday, yeah?
Yeah, but the hotel thing in Jamaica, that's going to sound like it come from me because the driver told me that driver's a big man. He don't need to lie. When he took the girl to the hotel in Jamaica, 2020. But that can't mention because it's going to directly be me because I take it and cuss him all the time. And that my mum and dad's driver, that's a big man in his 70s. He wouldn't need to lie about that. Oh, we'll see how it goes anyway. I'm just stressed out, man.
Sis, I reassured you that I would not be using anything from you, sis. You know, you've not given me your permission to do that. It's a confidential conversation that we had. And there's nothing. That's why I use different pictures as well than the one you sent me. I could have blown up his side of it, put you out of it and used that picture, but he would have known that picture come from you. Because it's a picture of both of you and it's not on his Facebook. So I made sure I went on his Facebook and took pictures that are out there. So don't worry yourself, sis. I will protect your identity in this, yeah?
I'm just doing what he asked me to do. Then I'm just going to take it down. We're under some contracts with him. King phone won't text properly. We're under some contracts with him. I just put it up on his own Facebook and then I took it down and then I will take it down. Simple as that. I'm not going to ring my supervisor now as well. Oh God, my phone ain't stopped ringing and texting and stuff like that. My supervisor should come and see at 11 in the morning. Let me get some rest, yeah? Oh God, you know, I just want my money. Hi Afua, it's Mitzi June. Tenna didn't put out that disclaimer. I think it's just fans and close friends that put out that disclaimer. You know, this thing's getting a bit deep now. We need to come to some form of resolution, but he didn't put out the disclaimer. Jesus Christ, have mercy over my soul. This looks like Birmingham or Manchester. What kind of fuckery is this with the police? Tasing an autistic picnic and a pregnant woman. Fucking bastards. No, on a serious note, I didn't know it was just men of colour because I thought it was white men as well involved in this as well. But somebody did comment, is like basically the police don't really care when it comes to black people. But I just thought it's every man, you know, and there's women too. You know what I mean? Good morning. I'm up, let me get ready for work. But I just saw this video and I'm so horrified. Like October, November. I suffer in the winter a lot, like this darkness at 4:20. I'm gonna come out, you put on a big thick coat, it's too hot. The weather's like
So, I don't even know what to call that. You guys see that for yourself. This is a woman. Let's put Frederica and her friends, because she's told me herself she's very close to them. Let's put them to one side for just one moment. But when it comes on to this guy, yeah, well be known what he is capable of. Given me information herself, told us about an incident when she and him went to Jamaica during lockdown, and she was told by his driver that he'd been dropped off by to a B&B, rather, a bed and breakfast, and was warned by the taxi driver that's what she's talking about in the voice note about don't say about the 14, you know, the young girl. She didn't say 14, sorry, she said young girl. She told me it was a young girl. When I asked her about it again this week, she tried to tell me, no, I didn't say that. I said she was maybe about 20. No, you didn't. You see the lies and the way that she tried to get out of it. Right at the end, guys, if you look back, let me tell you what's driven the nail in your coffin, what's made me break your confidence, my sister. Yeah? Not only were you playing your game wrong, because I could see that this wasn't just you sort of covering yourself with him. I find it very distasteful that you should want to get the money back Who telling you to go and lend this man money and you just want to get it back and that's all you care about? You didn't care about none of the victims. You didn't care about anything. You just cared about getting your money back. So you're going to play the game. That's your business. I find it distasteful, and I told you that. Yeah? But you said what you had to say in your own defense, that, you know, you've got to do this and you've got to do that and you're under contract and whatever other excuses you gave me, Mitzi. Yeah? I told you it was distasteful, but you went further. It was way more than just a cover. And it was the fact that you thought you could come into the heart of His Time Is Up movement and try to bamboozle us in the way that you have. It was the fact that not only did you do that and go on and make the comment, fair enough, that could have been a cover too. I put what I put in there just in case he didn't know that you've been to the marches. That's why I made that comment, because I was on to you from them times, Mitzi. Yeah? But you really drove your nail in the coffin. I was saying to myself, you know what? This woman is very treacherous. I don't like the way she's moving. When you sent me the post of his supposed disclaimer, I believe that what happened, because the way you moved after that was proper digi. You started to change your tone. You will hear it in the voice notes, people. You know, like maybe he's listening or she's sending him those voice notes. Because there's one bit where she says, "Hi, Afua, it's Mitzi." After everything we've spoken about, you're speaking to me in those terms. You have to wake up very early in the morning to jinnal us. And I don't like a jinnal. Everybody knows that. Don't do it. And especially not here. We pride ourselves on integrity and the integrity of the women that come on this platform, the men that come on this platform, and the sources who give us information. We pride ourselves on that integrity. And you have broken that integrity in every single level. You've broken it in your own circles and you've broken it with me. You understand? But what really drove it in, because I was saying to myself, while I was pondering, and I spoke to certain key people and told them what I was contemplating and what I thought. But you know me, I'm a Judah. We got kind, soft hearts. And I was saying, boy, do I really want to sink sister like this? Because it is going to be impactful tonight. Tomorrow morning is going to be very impactful for you, sister. But you deserve it. And you know why you deserve it? Because you came with a lie at the end, man. You didn't need to go that far. You guys saw it in the screen recording where she says that Tenna Star's daughter tried to commit suicide the night before, and this was her bid to try to get me to end the live tonight. Why did you not want it to go ahead? Why had you changed your tone to that level? I understand you trying to cover yourself at his end, but then to hold up his lies in the way that you did, and then the notice that went out that you said, oh, I'm just going to put it up and take it down. Well, I just put it up, but I realized I weren't probably supposed to have it, because when I spoke to you and you were going on about it, and I said to you, well, he's put it up. I don't think he put it up on his Facebook page because we checked and it weren't there. So I think you sent it to me, not expecting me to put it up and react to it. And then that put you in some gravy with man. You understand me? Somehow you've wriggled out of that because perhaps other few people got it or shared it, and that was okay. Yeah. But the rest of it, you could have left it there. But to go and put that energy in that little young sister's space, that wicked energy, everybody knows as a Jamaican, we don't tell lie on sickness and death. And to say that the sister, the little girl, tried to kill herself, you know, as a bit to silence what is going on here. You are a perpetrator and an enabler of the highest order. You are the type of sister that we talk about week on week on week. You are the type of sister that has backstabbed me time and time again. And incidentally, there's a particular member of your family that I need a word with actually at the moment, because it seems like it runs in your blood. And I ain't talking my sister, my Cody neither, so you know who you are, sister. I ain't talking her. I know who I'm talking about. And I'm on the rampage now. You're wicked to say that. But what she didn't know, because all the talk she was talking and she was trying to get out of me in subtle little ways, I couldn't show that bit because there was other bits in that part of the screen that might have revealed other stuff that was to do with other people that I'm not going to show tonight. But she was trying to sort of neatly, she thinks she's smart, get information out of me. Oh, she's the one who started the rumours about your dad. Sister Melissa, I want to hear from you, my sister. She's the one that started the rumours about your dad, my sister. That's what I believe. Because we can't hear it.
Do you know what? Just to say, I agree with you, because when we ourselves were looking at the comments, obviously we're gonna look at the comments, you know what I'm saying? And when we were looking at the comments, as you were saying, and as everybody else that have kind of been seeing the comments now, has realized that there was nobody speaking up for him. Now, you didn't reveal anything to me until yesterday, and it was because of what you, as you said, you would never do that. Because even before, when you were saying certain things, you would never call up nobody's name or anything like that. But when she sent the message to you yesterday about my little sister has taken an overdose and she's in the hospital because of your post, I turned around and said, that is the person that is written that whatever lies about my mom tying. If anything, she was tied for her to be a veil to be over her eyes to make a mad decision to stay and be this man, right? But she's the person, because as you said, we said it's a fake page and it was just made as that comment was put up. And she's the only one that's liking it. So that's what we was already thinking over here, but we didn't know about this lady. The only time I seen this Mitzi June is when there was and I'm going to say her name because it's obviously she's put it on Instagram on the comments. There's a lady called Cookie, which I don't know. And she put up, I think, 3 comments and she said, I know that man. Then she put a separate comment saying, oh my God. And then she put up another comment saying, her manager is Mitzi June. But obviously I don't know these people at all, never seen them, never heard of them. So then Mitzi has commented and corrected her in an attitude sort of way, sarcastic sort of way, to say, no, I'm his booking agent actually, and what's it to you, or what's it got to do with you, or why is it your business, or whatever she said. But to me, now that I'm realizing that this lady is his whatever, I'm saying, you knew about this from a long time ago. You've been going to Afua from a long time ago, right? And you didn't say anything or comment anything the first 3 days, 2 or 3 days. But she think, as we're saying, damage control. But she's stupid because she sunk herself because you haven't commented all this time, but now you're going to feed into the bait, which it doesn't seem like the girl was trying to bait her in any way. But she's fed into the bait because of her guilty conscience and started telling about who she is. That's the first time I seen or was kind of like knowing, or, you know what I'm saying, like seeing who she was. I was thinking, oh, who's that? Until the lady said it's whatever, whoever she's the booking agent or whatever. But at that time, again, I still didn't know that this was this person who was coming and telling you this information about the child in Jamaica in 2020 COVID times and all the rest of what she was saying. She's worried about my sister and all this kind of stuff. You didn't reveal that to me. So, as I said, once you told me that yesterday.
Sis, before we get there, that's what I'm saying. What she didn't realize, people, is that because she was trying to get it out of me by asking me, don't you think you should say and talk about the dad, trying to kind of pick me to say, is that the story I'm going to come with? But I didn't let go. I didn't reveal that to her. And she thought she was smart. So she didn't realize that when she put that out to me in the WhatsApp, I'm straight on the phone to you and said to you, have you heard from your sister in the last couple of days? We debunked that lie straight away, Mitzi June, straight away. And from Dessa, I said, use a Jezebel. That right there. That's what sealed her fate with me, really. It had been a lot, but I was still trying to
we were actually worried when we heard that. We were actually worried because we were thinking, has that happened for real? And we were literally, our heads were gone, like we were in hysterics. Trying to get through to her to see if that, like, what the hell's gone on.
That's it. That's it. And when you got back to me, it was a tense few moments.
Yeah,
because I would have torn down the live. I would have said to you, no, let's nurse your sister, get her back to health. You see these people, all because she wanted to protect her lover's shame.
But I believe he had something to do with that as well. I believe that the two of them together
they got it out together, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that. She was doing her man's bidding, but you're despicable, and women like you, I can't take. You understand? You're under the spell of this man, a big, long-torn, dry-up woman like you. You understand? We got to do better in our menopause.
Seems like they're under the spell of each other.
Bad as each other. And this is what I'm saying. It really reminds me of Valerie Atkins and Vincent Ratt, who we heard about last week from Jennifer Chance. This little toxic couple Do you understand what I'm saying? They deserve each other, to be fair. But how do you feel now, Mr. Tenna Star? Coming, no, say you are hit the roof. She was selling you out the whole time. Here we say. You understand what I'm saying? She gave us information about you. Things I didn't know. I didn't know about Jamaica and some young gal in Jamaica and how the taxi driver warned her about you taking the young girl into a bed and breakfast or something for 3 hours, and she was shocked and then tried to backtrack like I'm an idiot that you didn't say it was a young school-looking girl, because I asked you several times the age of that child when you told me the story. I didn't know about all of that. We'd had him in our inbox for a couple of years. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And you had him in your inbox for a couple of years, and it weren't me.
Remember, there was another sister supposed to come on tonight, but she got cold feet. I hope you can find the courage in our sis and do another part 2 next week. But I already knew about him. He was on my radar. So I obviously called her initially about the Winston thing, because I don't know nothing about those people. So she's a source, right? So I called her. And then I said to her, what about Tenna Star? Have you heard about him? I didn't tell her who, what, where, when. I just said, have you heard anything about him? I'm looking into him, is what I said. And then she just poured out her heart about their affair and everything about him. And you can see there in the video that the screenshot thing, that she wants me to call him out on a particular day, like after I'd spoken to her about it all, you know, and said to her that I'm investigating him and I'm thinking about perhaps we're going to call him out, because we hadn't even got to that stage yet, sis, would you? When she was asking, you understand? I just said to her there was possibility, because I needed information that she knew about him. So I told her a little bit about what I was doing, not enough. She was goading me. When are you going to call him out? Call him out after the 7th, because I've got contracts with him. And I'm saying to her, but it's up to the victim, though. All right, then. It's just a madness, the cabal of it, this representation. And as I said, since then, my inbox has come in about her. Now, I got told a tale, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to tell what I've been told. I've been told a few things, quite a bit. People that have been robbed, different things with her in the business. A lot of that, let them get on with that. That's their business, and it is the business, actually. But one tale stood out for me over the last 48 hours, and it's about a sister called, is it Michelle Crease or Peace, something like that. And apparently she went on a tour. Mitzi Dream was on the tour, and this sister was great on the tour while out there. It's unclear whether or not Star and this manager man of his, they call American, who we featured ages ago and just happens to be Tenna Star's manager, which I only found out now after I've featured that man in a separate case 18 months ago, only to find out it's Tenna Star's manager. Well, I wonder what those two have been getting up to. So it's all unfolding all at once. So, I've had to put this information up. I've lost my train of thought, my sister. What was I saying? There's so much running in my head.
No, you were just saying that the things that people have been telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's been coming out there. So imagine my shock and my horror when I see all of the connections coming together. It's just unbelievable. I'm going to put the link out now, because I think it's about that time. I'm really, really, really looking forward to comment tonight. Don't be shy, people. There's a lot being said in the comments, and people need to jump on that link, copy and paste it into your browser from the comments, and you can jump on. Make sure that you connect your camera. Make sure everything's connected, otherwise you won't be able to get on. I will see you backstage, but you won't be able to get on. And come and have your say, people. You can now share it if you want, my sister. You can now share it. Yeah?
Pardon?
I said you can now share the link if you want on your WhatsApp or whatever to your people, yeah? If you want. I've just put it out now in the comments. If you want to share it with your people, you can as well. They can get it that way. But jump on, guys. I want to hear what needs to be said. This is also Mitzi June or Tenna Star's opportunity to jump on if they have anything to say for themselves. I mean, I, for one, would be, it's just repentance time, I don't do this with no kind of malice in my heart. I'm a principled woman. That's what I am. And I do not back any type of fuckery. I don't. My children will tell you. They will tell you. I got a lot of backlash from speaking the truth about the situation with that sister and the baby that was taken at 1 year old. my take on it because I had inside knowledge, and I got backlash for that. Oh, you know, why are you being like this or whatever? It's because I don't and I don't like underhanded backstabbing people. It reminds me of my mum, quite frankly, and one of my sisters. I don't like sisters like that. It's why I don't have a lot of female friends, because there's too many sisters like that. Chat your business, stab you in the back, wolf in sheep's clothing, Jezebel spirit. That's what that is. That's what it is called. That's what the scriptures call it. It's disgusting. And then also to cloak a pedo, an alleged pedo, let's call it that then. But to cloak that in the way that you have and tell lie upon death in the way that you did, unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing tonight. Breaking a source. I would never do that for any other reason. So anybody that's around us or comes to this platform and shares information, know for a surety it is guaranteed that your anonymity is guaranteed. That's guaranteed. But if you think you can come and tell lies and manipulate people in all of this and say one a gossa, we don't tolerate that type of thing. You'll get turned out just like the accused. Just me, Fifi is jumping on. I know that name from somewhere. Where do I know that name? Blessed love, sis, you're live.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, sis, I can. Blessed love. I know your name from somewhere, but you know what?
Yeah, I'm normally in the comments all the time. I've been with you for a few years.
It must be that. Yes, yes. Blessed
yeah.
love.
So yeah, I just wanted to say to the sister who gave her story, like, well done. It actually hit my heart really, really painfully. I don't really want to talk about my sister's story, but it's very similar. And this is happening all in a lot of households that people aren't talking about. And I'm just glad that I could come on today and let her know that she's not alone. And my sister is in the same situation as her sister right now. She's in a mental institution, and that's because my mum married a predator. She was pregnant with me at the time. I don't care if my brothers and sisters can hear me, because they'll be so upset with me because they don't want no one wants to talk about this, but I have to, because I've just got off the phone with my sister not too long ago, and she is on a section. We cannot, there's someone in the comments called JAK or something like that, saying if my sister was in a mental institution, I will get her out. You can't just go and get your sister out. She is sectioned, and they have basically gave her drugs and everything. She is not my sister left home when she was 12, when she told her sister on the first year of secondary school, and she's never been back home. Now, I know for a fact that she was abused. I was there. I've seen all the signs, all what the sister's talking about. Like, I rate you so much. I was crying when you was talking. When your dad came on, I was bawling. And, you know, I watched you so much, Afua. I really respect you. And like, I'm literally so, I can't even speak because I don't want to tell my sister's story. But my story is that I've seen abuse of people, and what I want to do, because I work in safeguarding, I want to go into schools when children are around 4 years old. That's when they can speak, and they need somebody like me, who, or like any one of us, who can explain to them in like an educated way that what they're going through, they're not the only ones, and that's when they'll speak up. We can't wait another 30 years.
Hold the line 1 second, sister. 1 second. Just stick a pin for me. You just mute up, people. Hold on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we can't wait.
We cannot.
Yeah, we need to be going into schools.
You want people to join the link, Mitzi? Join the link. I don't want to.
Mitzi. She's phoning her.
Can you hear me?
No, I think Afua was on the call with that lady.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll send it to you. No worries. Sorry, guys. That was just a call from Mitzi June. She wants to come on and she doesn't know how to join, so I'm going to send her the link. But carry on.
Quite simple, like just follow the instructions. But I just want to say quickly, because I don't want to stay for too long. So I'm really, I had to come on. But all I'm saying is that I'd love to speak to you, Afua. I've messaged you a few times. I work in safeguarding, and I have some plans for the future, because the kids, they need our help now. We can't wait. I have people, I don't even want to say it in my family, but I know of people right now who are being abused and they're not getting the help, and they are black and they don't care about us. And we need to do it for our sisters and for these young children, or else it's going to carry on. We need to get into the schools now when they're 4 years old. And that's all I've got to say. And I just respect you. I'll send you another message, Afua, on Instagram. We really need to talk. I've got a lot of time on my hands, and I'm really
please.
dedicated to the cause.
Thank you, sis. Please.
I will do.
Cool.
All right then. Well, bye everyone. Thank you for getting me on. I've got to go because I'm so emotional. But the people in the comments need to be careful when they're writing things, when someone's telling their story. We understand what you're saying. Yeah, you would do this, you would do that, but
you don't know
it's
until
not
you're in the
about you right now. It's about the person telling the story, and that's that. That's right. All right then, sis. You take care.
All right. Blessed loves for that, sister. Hit me up,
That's
okay?
all right.
Thank you.
Laters, everyone.
Bye.
Yes, Cookie. I knew you would jump on. I knew you would jump on.
Afua. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. And everyone.
Sorry, there's someone called Sister Susan. Susan, you need to. It says that your device is not connected, so you need to jump on. You need to jump off and connect your device, Susan. Yeah, jump off and connect your device, Susan. It's not letting you on. Go on, Cookie.
When I say to you, I've sat here, I've cried, I've shouted, I've smashed things, I've bruised my knuckles.
Mitzi, I've muted you. We'll hear from you in a minute, but Cookie's talking.
When I say to you, I've bruised my knuckles, then it makes sense. 2:30 the other morning, you're calling me, asking me to take down what I commented.
You're talking about who now, sister?
Mitzi.
Sorry? Okay.
Mitzi, when with this whole, because what the sister was talking about, and sis, I commend you. It only takes a strong person to be able to come here and sit here and tell people your story. But what she's speaking about is the truth. I saw the post, and I put under the post. Hold on a second. Tenna Star, isn't Mitzi June the manager? Mitzi June has then called me at 2:30 in the morning out of my bed. My phone is usually on Do Not Disturb. So you know if someone calls you more than once, yeah, it's going to come through to your phone. I've got up, gone to the toilet, and I've seen the number. I need to take down the comment. Begging me to take the comment down. So what did I do? Just because I didn't want to cause nothing.
Who was begging you to take the comment down, please, sis?
I knew. Huh? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Cookie? Right, so Cookie's jumped out. She's probably lost thing. Mitzi June, let's hear from you, sis.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Eye to eye, shall we? Hold on, wait. Before, hang fire. Cookie's back. Let her finish saying what she's saying.
Yeah, as I was saying, 2:30, about 2:30, 2:35 in the morning, Mitzi June. Bearing in mind, I don't hear from this woman. The last time I saw this woman was with Winston and Frederica at one studio in Brixton, and I walked past her and kissed my teeth. I said, if I don't walk away from this place, someone's faces will get lifted off. And that's the last time I've blessed eyes on this woman. Last time before that was at the same Latchmere promotions thing where you see her sit down beside Tenna Star. And because Tenna Star was underneath me a lot that night, you wanted to be coming and saying your little ones and twos. To turn around now.
But you see, in relation to your mother and the Winston thing, Cookie, I'm not saying that Mitzi necessarily. Well, I don't know if Mitzi's the one that's spreading it everywhere, putting it out everywhere. What I do know is she sent it to my phone to start the passer with me. That's what I do know, because it can't be anybody else. That's what I know for myself in my heart. But
the same message that you got, everybody else got as well.
Seen and heard, and the levels, and the fact that she, like you heard in the voice note, she gave all the numbers. She's saying she gave that to your mum, but whether she did or she didn't, I don't want to get into that. we know now that you've got all the numbers anyway. So, you know, it's a lot of conjecture around that. But what I do know, it was sent to my phone by that person. That's what I'm saying in regard to that. But stick a pin for a minute. You're going to get a chance to comment. I want to hear from Mitzi herself. She's here.
Okay.
And I want to hear what she's got to say. Hold on. Right, sorry, you're unmuted now, Mitzi. You're live.
Yeah, I'm going to start from the beginning now, yeah? For about a year and a half, these texts have been going around to my phone, yeah? Sometimes I just fucking ignore them. I had my doubts. If it was Sharon doing it, then I thought it was a man doing it because the person cannot fucking spell, yeah? I'm on the telly's
Can you
backfiring.
refrain from swearing too much, please? Otherwise, it'll take
the telly's backfiring. So anyway, when the texts came around, I showed you the text, Afua, to try and sort this out between them. Then you said Troy Ellis is your best friend. You done some show with him or something.
I never told you he was my best friend, Mitzi.
All right, so you know him. Well, you put up a picture of you and I was.
It's on the live what I put up. Everybody knows what the level is with me and Troy Ellis. I met him, whatever. Everyone knows.
Yeah.
I told the story myself. Go ahead.
You understand? So anyway, when you put up this thing about Tenna Star now, Candice put up Mitzi June is his manager. I'm not his manager. I used to take care of his bookings in London. But I think you've gone a bit too deep with this now, Afua.
Oh, really?
Because at the end of the day, I gave Sharon a lot of phone numbers when she set up her radio station, which was a big mistake. I'm not saying Sharon sending the texts because I always said it was a man. But if it is Sharon...
I'm saying that you sent it to my phone, Mitzi.
Yeah, I did show it to you because I've been getting them over and over again. So I wanted to sort something out.
No. Before I called you about it, the one that I said had come to my phone, when I rang you and said to you, did you just send a text to my phone? You said no. And then you went away and got whatever information. That text there...
Yeah, because you asked me who they are and what's happening, and I gave you information.
No, Mitzi. Hear what I'm saying to you. The reason I called you and asked you about it was because if you remember rightly, and I showed it on the live as well, I had received this text to my phone. I didn't know who it was from.
You get them every month.
Remember that I have a new number at that point because the police have my other number. You understand? So it's only certain people got the number there. That's why
it's nothing to do with me. I can show my kids' life. That's nothing to do with me. I get the texts every month. I get them. Sometimes I don't even read the texts. But I think you're taking this a bit too far. When I put up in your Instagram about what about Gary Glitter and the man who reads the news and Gary Glitter and whoever I put up in there, I never know your platform's only for black men. You know, I only found out that this week.
I find it really hard to
I swear to God, I thought it was every man. I did not know it was only
really relevant stuff. It's kind of fodder in the middle, really, Mitzi. What about the major issues? Do you know what I'm saying? We're not
mentioning Michelle Crease in Africa. I have no control over Michelle and what she done with herself while she was out there. I went out there to work. If Michelle want to have a bit, say that again.
Let me just mute you up a minute because you're going to talk over me and we talk one at a time. The story goes that you hounded that sister after she was raped, that she had a nervous breakdown because of the way she was treated and because of obviously being raped. But everyone knows that when you're a rape victim, what happens afterwards and the care that you get, especially from a sister that was there with you, is very crucial. But she went crazy. She's now dead. There's controversy over whether or not she took her own life or didn't. And the sources that are very close to her believe that you were part of the individuals that drove her to where she was and that caused her to go over the edge because of
the way... Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
1 minute, you will get a chance. Because of this, I'm just telling you the story. I'm not telling you if I believe it or not believe it. You understand? I'm just telling you what I've heard. Let me done. And that within that, on that tour in Africa, you were instrumental in hounding her, in disbelieving her, in treating the sister in a way that we certainly wouldn't accept. Go ahead.
Went to Africa December the 17th, 2017 on the Jacure and Jabrooks tour. It's the last time I'm going to say this, you know, and I can swear my grandson's life and my life kill me in my sleep tonight. We went to tour and work. I don't lay down with a bag of musicians. Anyway, rehearsal come. Michelle put up on Facebook, Jabrooks, you raped me. I said, take it down. And I got witnesses. Enough people said, Michelle, take it down. So I took her to the police station in Gambia. We took her to the sexual health clinic. They found blah, blah inside her. They put pessaries up inside her. That was that. Christmas Day, we went back to the police station. She said she wants to retract her statement. She said he never raped her. Went up to Senegal to do another show. Michelle went and bought the man chocolate and Christmas stuff. So Joe Brooks' mom can swear for me, ring her. She said, well, why are you giving him food and drink? I thought he said he raped you. She said she feels sorry for him. Michelle was messed up in her head. Apparently this happened 10 years before where she had a mental breakdown. I did the safest thing and took her to the sexual health clinic in Gambia. I even rang one of my sisters and said, what should I do? Michelle said that the man raped her. Then she said another one raped her. But she's still sparring up and down with them. I never went there to have a fair. I went there to work. Okay. I don't need to lie. And Michelle knows it. Michelle died of lymph node cancer. Not no traumatized business.
There's somebody called Roro in the comments that says she was horrible to Michelle when it happened. And it was
no, it wasn't. Wait, Michelle left me in Gambia. Wait, no, man. Michelle flew to Casablanca and left me in Gambia.
Hello? I'm going to mute you because you're not letting me talk. The Roro says in the comments she was horrible to Michelle when it happened, and it was there on Facebook for everyone to see. I didn't see it. I wasn't party to it. It was a long time ago. But this person seems to think, jump on, Roro, if you say it was on Facebook. This person is saying it was on Facebook. Why would that be?
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear what I just... Can I say something quickly?
Yeah, please do.
Obviously, I don't know you. The first time, as I said, if you was listening, like, I've seen your name when you was responding to the cookie girl, and so I don't know, yeah. But my thing is not to take away from whatever you guys are talking about, because obviously that's a serious situation as well. But my thing is, it seems to me.
Can I just say, sis, that I am going to get to your situation with her.
No,
anyway.
I just want. This is just on my spirit to say this, yeah.
Okay.
It seems as though, and as I said, this is no disrespect, right? But it seems as though you're coming on here to make it out like you're not a liar and you're swearing on grandkids' life and all these things. I'm not saying because you have lied, that means you're lying about every single thing. However, I'm saying, why did you say my sister took an overdose? That was a big lie. Hello?
Yeah, let's really get to the heart of the matter, because that's actually the bit I'm most interested in, Mitzi. The rest of it is fodder, really.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to respond.
That's what I heard. But let's just straying from Michelle to that. Can we clap the Michelle? Please don't talk over me. Can we clap the Michelle stuff first? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Can we clap the Michelle stuff and jump onto the next one?
Sorry? Let's talk about the Michelle stuff afterwards.
No, let me clear that up and jump to the next one, because there's a lot of arms house going on here, yeah? Michelle had a mental breakdown 10 years prior before I even met Michelle. I never know Michelle had mental health issues. I looked after Michelle in Gambia. She offered to buy me a ticket to come back to England. Michelle flew to Casablanca and left me to Gatwick and left me in Gambia for 5 more days because I had a return ticket. Michelle said that I couldn't cope with it. If somebody raped you, why are you buying them sweets and chocolate and carrying them to the police station?
All right, sorry, sis, can you just let her talk? You are going to get a chance, and I am going to get to that question, sister. I will.
Do I look like somebody that would support rape with one of my sisters in them? I looked after Michelle. I bought her on the circuit.
Well,
Michelle loved me like cook food.
Mitzi, I'm not being funny, but I think you need to answer this. Look, you seem more concerned with defending that.
Yeah, but we're going to get onto that afterwards. But I'm telling you the truth about Michelle. Ask
so that's your side of the story.
I've got the snapshots where she put up the man raper in Africa. How must I know if someone's raping? I'm in my hotel room.
All right, cool. All right, I hear you.
And then the next day having breakfast with him, but he raped you. So me and a fella argued. I said, if this man raped you, why are you fucking buying him breakfast?
Stop
We are buying. Sorry, I'll tell you something, boy.
But listen, what I'm saying is, all right, I've heard you now. That is your side of the Michelle story. You've told it. You're saying it's not true. I get that.
7 years ago.
And like I said, I don't know if that's true or not, but this is what's coming in. This is what people are telling me. People that are close to Michelle.
But who was there? Who was there? I was there, Michelle.
Not music. You're talking over me again, sister. Stop. Yeah? Not people in the music industry that told me. Not Michelle's people. People that are close to her. That's what I'm saying. Her people, when I say that. Not mean her family necessarily or whatever. I'm not going to out no one, but people in Michelle's camp are the people that came forward and said, how dare that woman comment on your post because this is what I think about her. That's who introduced the whole Michelle thing to me. The rest of it, I've never heard about the Michelle bloody thing. And certainly,
they weren't in Gambia. I knew what I saw.
Please stop. And certainly, no one in the music industry told me about the Michelle thing. So that's by the by. You've told me your side. I hear you. I get it. But now, the crucial question is the question.
I was the one who brought Michelle's luggage back to England. Her sisters came here and picked up.
Mitzi, you've got to understand. You've answered it, and I don't care about the details on that.
Well, I do, because
that's
the truth.
Not what I'm really here to answer. That's by the by. You're not getting it. Now it's time to answer the sister's question. Why did you tell her sister? Let's move on from Michelle. Why did you say that her sister had committed suicide?
Michelle never commit suicide.
Sorry.
Where you get that from?
You know me and names, people. Please forgive me. Why did you say that Tenna Star's daughter, this sister's younger sister, had committed suicide? Why did you tell me that?
Attempted.
But how could she commit suicide if she's still alive? Tried to commit suicide, I heard.
To be smart. In hairs. You've been watching, Mitzi, please.
Come on, please.
You said she's attempted suicide by taking an overdose and she's in hospital, but she's stable.
Right.
That's what I was told. That's what I was told.
By who?
Ah, Jesus Christ.
You can't. Wait. I'm saying, where did you get that from? Because it seems like you guys were desperate to not make today happen, and that was the last resort for you guys. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And you said that now. At the end of the day, as I said, I don't know you from nowhere, right? So I didn't even know who, what, where, and when. All I know is that now I know, since yesterday morning when you contacted Afua with that story, them lies, right? And now I know that obviously you and him are whatever you are. So clearly,
can I speak?
No, you can speak after I finish saying what I'm saying.
To respond. She hasn't finished.
Okay.
Right? I'm saying that this is not a rumor. Remember, this is my little sister you're talking about. Yeah, my little sister. It's not no friend or no gal out the road. This is my little sister. So I'm saying, right, if that happened to my little sister, we would have known, so to speak, yeah? But where could that rumor have possibly come from? Because this weren't no chat out the road. This is something, again, like what you guys are saying about my dad, that has just come since this story has come out on Monday, right? And I'm saying, tell us who told you, which obviously we know really, but I'm saying, I want you now to admit who told you, because what I really strongly believe is that you and him were figuring out a way, what's the next move to really stop Afua from doing this? Who told you it?
Right,
you've been asking to speak, so now you've heard me be silent for
Can
like
I-
3 seconds.
can I
Can you
speak?
answer?
Can I speak?
Yeah, please do talk, Mitzi.
Can I speak? Because I heard you're not too innocent in this. I don't know what your name is, but I'll just call you Miss A or whatever your name is. I heard you're not too innocent in this family. I heard they're very dysfunctional. You understand? And I heard that you're a bit of a Tegred. You never used to go to school. You used to like to hang out with roadman.
You already told us all of that, Mitzi.
Yeah, no, but but I wasn't listening to all of it. You understand?
Well, you should have been.
I said that's what I heard about you, and your family's dysfunctional, and your two nephews them used to trouble you as well. So you need to tell. Why didn't you report this to the police then? Why does it have to come on social media? Why? Afua is not a police. Afua is not the Crown Prosecution Service. Why you never report it to the police?
How long have you been listening?
Oh, everybody's talking at once now.
How long have you been listening? How long have you been listening to this live?
Hour?
How long have you been listening to this live?
About an hour.
Okay, and it's been going for 3.5 hours. So clearly you jumped in late. So you would have heard the explanation. So if you want to, you can help yourself by rewinding it, and you will hear the story. So when you're coming off with this, what you've heard from this man.
No. I'm saying
your story's wrong.
Afua is not the Crown Prosecution Service. Afua doesn't work with the police. So why don't you let the police? Hello, sister, please. Hello.
Missy, before you answer, what the sister's trying to explain to you is this. Everything you're telling me, you've heard this, you've heard that. She's already talked about all of that. If you've only listened to an hour, you probably don't know that then. Yeah? What she's asking you is who told you that. You don't need to go into know what you heard. Who told you about her sister? Sorry, her sister trying to commit suicide? That was the question. You keep deflecting, Mitzi. Who told
I'm
you?
not deflecting. No comment. Put it that way. Next question.
No
But I don't like you lot trying to discredit me online. Don't try and discredit me online. The Michelle thing hurt me. You could ask Michelle's mom how Michelle died.
Anyway,
Michelle died of
I'm just going to mute you a second because we're going to go back to the Michelle thing, and I said we've done with that. But there's somebody called Kamar Al-Alawani to come on stage. Stay on, Mitzi, because I am going to come back to you, Mitzi, but I've muted you for now. Who's Kamar? Kamar, you're live. Kamar Alweni, you're live. Do you wanna unmute, please, brother? Who's Kamar? Unmute, please, Kamar. You are live. When that person's ready, they will speak out. I'm going to leave them there. I don't know who that is. But if you don't speak soon, Kamar, and unmute, you must be able to hear me. I'm going to have to just take you off, but I'll unmute you for now and get back to Mitzi very quickly. Mitzi, quite frankly, my patience is running out with you a little bit. I think you're very...
Not what it was. Yeah.
I think you're very...
Because you brought in so much different arms out into... Can you hear me? Am I muted?
Let's show us your face. Why are you even hiding your face? Everyone knows what you look like.
Yeah, I'm beautiful. It's a bad hair day, yeah?
All right, it's a bad hair day. Fine, that's your prerogative. But I think you're very, very bright, my sister, to come on and front this little girl the way that you have.
I've never showed her no disrespect. I haven't showed her no disrespect.
You're talking over me. Don't do it, please. Yeah? This sister has asked you why and who did you get this information from in regards to her sister? It's pretty obvious to all of us that you and Tenna Star cooked it up. Why would you do that, Mitzi? Why would you do that?
I'm not even going to answer. I'm just tired of this now. You're not blaming me for fuckery. Because you brought up 2 weeks ago show into this show.
Yeah.
When I told you the texts were going around and I gave you a heads up what's going on. You understand? But I don't see what that's got to do with this. Now poor Michelle come into this. Why do you not stray away from the argument?
Because we're showing what kind of character you are, Mitzi.
I'm no character because I never rape Michelle. I never tell Michelle to go and lay down with nobody. I'm not an artist, Peggy. Yeah?
All you're talking about is Michelle. We want to know about Tenna Star. We know about Michelle. We know that you say you're innocent. Great. Stop talking about Michelle.
Lies on you, you know.
I didn't tell no lies on you. I told you what I...
Yeah, but this rape argument and stuff, how would I know if she's getting raped?
I'm muting you up because I don't want to talk about Michelle. You seem to want to deflect and not talk about Tenna Star. Why did you double cross?
Carry on. All right, go on. Carry on.
Why did you double cross Tenna Star? Why did you come up in the comments and try to shield him? Why did you shield someone who you thought was a paedophile based on what you saw in Jamaica and what you told me? We've all seen it, Mitzi. Why? And then go further and make up such a wicked lie, and also double cross your veterans, Mitzi, Winsome and the rest of them. That too.
Double cross.
We'll talk about that in a minute because you're going to go off again and try to get away from Tenafly. No. Why did you do that, Mitzi? It's obvious that you've been double crossing and lying, and it was you that sent that text to my phone.
I told you this is what's going around. I receive that text every fucking month. I get texted. I don't even read half of them, yeah? And when you told me your friends with... You keep straying on stupidness, man.
You're just going to repeat yourself. Come with something new and then I will listen to you. You've said that already. What about the Tenna Star situation? Why would you shield him in this way? Just because
shield him?
Money. Yes, you're shielding him.
I just got my name called up.
You don't want your name called up?
I don't want my name called up.
Seeing the sort of woman that you are, and to be honest with you, I'm just disgusted. Don't ever chat to me again. Goodbye, Mitzi. You're off. I can't even take no more of her, sister. It's disgusting. I can't even take no more of her. What the hell was that?
Well, hold on. She's
not very bright.
She's self-incriminating herself, so that's all. That's all, and people can
She's
see.
Also a complete and utter sociopath, like someone said in the comments. Completely, she's got no remorse. She doesn't even see what she's done wrong, or taking it too far, and all of this sort of stuff. And you see what they do. You see when people are lying and concealing. She wants to kind of rest on the path of least resistance that she thinks she's got more ground on, and that's the Michelle story.
Yeah, but she's telling you that she's telling you that you've strayed and brought something in that doesn't have anything to do with today, but yet still that's all she's talking about. I'm confused.
And then to have the cheek of all cheeks to come here and try to think that she can dish more dirt on you. How fucking dare she?
But guess what? She's not actually talking about me. She said Miss A because that's the first letter of my sister's name. The sister who's in the mental home, so she thinks she knows what she's talking about, but she definitely does not.
Right.
And furthermore, if we really want to talk about it, right?
Shocking.
When she's saying, oh, she's heard about the A sister, right? Who she thinks is me. The fact of the matter, she's talking about, she's heard about her being on road and man. Apparently, because as I said, as much as I'm vexed right now, I'm still not going to talk what I didn't see for myself. But apparently, when she was having boyfriends, he was telling her to run them. So obviously she's getting that story from him. So clearly he's not telling you the true story. So don't try and mud up my sister's name. Rude. Very rude. And as you see me come on the live, when she come on the live, I said, I'm not going to disrespect her, but you're going to come up, you're going to try and slander this thing. It's not going to work. I've tried to stay as calm as possible and as respectful as possible, but don't play games. Do not try and play games.
Yo, that is the most despicable woman me ever hear in my life.
My goodness.
It's the most despicable, abhorrent piece of dog crap me ever, I swear. Me never know the woman can really dance so and she have a child and grandchild. Eh?
You see like what I wanted to know here.
This is my brother, by the way.
Okay.
You see when my sister's asking her the question and she's deflecting and she's mentioned her other sister A. All I wanted to know really is who she was going to come out with and try and say that has told her about the younger sister and this alleged committing of suicide.
Or attempt, yeah.
And also, why is it that the first time I'm ever hearing that my dad has done something? Why am I only hearing this today?
Since the Bloody Lives come
when
up.
the
post.
This has never ever been no talk on road. Everyone who knows my dad knows who my dad is. And no saying nothing no goes at all. So I really wanted to ask her while she was on the thing, where's this coming from? Realistically.
But we know
all right, she's saying that she wants to rejoin. She's just told me in WhatsApp she wants to rejoin. Do you guys want me to rejoin her? I just had a belly full of that.
I mean, to be fair, if she wants to come on, she can come on. But if she's coming on, I would advise her to say what she's supposed to say, because at the end of the day, her thinking that she's going around corners, it's making it easier for her. The comments and she's making herself look worse.
As a woman, she not have respect for you neither. After when you got you, right? And she'll come and talk about all the family and what bag of thing. Listen, she need to come and have some respect first thing. First thing. Trust me. Because I wouldn't like to see you know a girl, you're not come chat to my daughter like you feel around the whole piece of cloth you chat to, you know. She have talk her experience. You're supposed to respect that. As a woman, a female, first and foremost. This pick up a piece of dog crap. How come I come talk to my daughter like, yo.
She's back. She's here.
Here we go again. Unmute me, please.
That was the sister's dad, and he's got a few words for you, Bitsy. You might want to answer him.
Yeah, can I just say something first?
Go on.
When I referred to A, I don't know what this girl's name is. When you have cases, you say child A, child B, child C. So I just said A out of the blue because I'm getting confused about these two sisters, who's who. So I just referred to as A because you're not supposed to mention names.
Okay.
That's when I don't know what her name is up to now. When I just said, I would have said A or B, or if it's three people, A, B, and C. But I'm vexed about the middle argument.
All right, cool. Mitzi.
Who am I speaking to, please?
Yo, Mitzi, you can hear me, yeah?
Yep. Hello?
Yes, she can hear you.
The line shit.
You're speaking to the sister's brother.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Right, so are you prepared to answer straight questions or is it just going to be a go-around thing?
I can answer straight questions.
All right, so first question I want to know is...
I'm a Virgo and I don't go around in circles.
I don't care about the star sign. Just listen to what I'm saying to you. Yeah? The first thing I want to know is who told you this information regarding my sister's sister about this alleged attempted suicide?
Because it isn't true, by the way.
Yo, just stop on the light and make him talk.
Well, if it's not true, what's the big argument about then?
Huh?
Oh my God. I said, if it's not true, what is the argument about?
No. It's not about if it's not true. I'm just asking you, where did you ascertain this information? It's a simple
Just from
question.
a source linked to all this arms house going on, please.
Is there an answer? Because I just asked you, can you answer
I
straight?
just said from a source linking to this arms house. Next question.
From a source. All right. No, cool.
Because when I referred to A and B, I never know the girl's name begin with A. I just said A for child A or B. No one ever called nobody's name.
What are you talking about? You said Tenna's daughter tried to commit suicide last night. She's in the hospital.
Yeah.
That's
so
what
where
he's
did that
asking.
come from?
And I got that from a good source.
So what's the source? Why you can't say
well,
the
obviously
source?
somebody connected to the family, innit?
To which family? My family you're talking.
Oh, gee. Who's your family?
You don't know that.
I don't know.
Do you know anybody from that family, Mitzi?
Yes.
Who do you know?
Hello?
None of my family know you. We've never even
Oh,
seen you before.
no, not your family.
Well, that's what we're saying. So where did you get it from? It couldn't have been her
I
family.
just said I got it from a source. Move on after next question.
Said the family. You said the family.
Hold on, before you go on, brother.
So which family are you referring to? Be straight. Are you talking about my family or the perpetrator's family?
Yeah.
What the perpetrator's family? Yeah.
The alleged perpetrator's family.
Okay, that's cool. You carry on. You carry on doing defending. Now I'm going to ask you another question.
I'm not defending nobody. I'm defending myself.
All right. Hear what I'm saying. I'm going to ask you another question now. Yeah. Why is it that today is the very first time ever in my whole life I'm hearing anything about my dad? Where's this come from?
I don't know. I don't even know your dad is.
But so you're chatting on my dad and you don't know who my dad is?
Yeah, with just street talk, innit?
What? Listen. Let me tell you something. Everybody on every street corner knows who my father is. None of them talks is coming out of nobody's mouth. Not in person, not anonymously, not via pigeon, not via text message. Nothing. So what nonsense are you speaking of? Please, I need to know this.
It's just street talk that he was this and he was that. I'm not even going to repeat it again. I'm not even going to repeat it again.
Let me say one thing to this son of mine. Yo, tap your eyes now, listen to me, a daddy. Listen to me. You, me not know you, where you come from, both your agent. But I have been involved in music from my 18 and I'm 63 now. Nobody no know me as no paid a girl. Big mouth girl, shut up and listen to me now. See me daughter, yeah. If me do something, she call me name long time. You think
yeah, but why are you telling me this?
Mother? Shut up, man.
Yeah, but why are you telling me this?
What I mean, me tell you, cause you don't call up my name, you big stinking mouth, girl.
I think your mouth stink more, but I think your mouth stink a bit more. Yeah. I can't believe you're not drawn into this fuckery, you know.
Clearly see.
Mute up Daddy for a minute for me, please. Mute up Daddy for a minute. Mitzi,
brother,
why are you saying what you're telling him for? Is it not you that contacted me to say that I needed to investigate that because it's him that's troubling
Yeah, because it's going around that he was.
But the man has a right, Mitzi, to ask you the question, then you can't face it with the man. What happened to you?
It was going around that he. Can I speak? Can I speak, please? Can I speak? Hello?
Even I'm getting leaves in my rag now, people. Answer the man's question. The man has a right to be angry.
Yeah, he hasn't got a right, but it was going around that I heard in talk again that he was he used to trouble her, and it was also going around that he was in prison and take man in prison. You understand? I don't listen to hearsay. I'm just saying it was going around.
Yes,
if he said not true, if he said it's not true, it's not true. If it's not true, it's not true.
You brought it to me, Mitzi, and we've seen on the WhatsApp. You brought it to me, and you basically said, "I must investigate that." When I told you that it was hearsay,
but you have.
When I told you that it was hearsay, yeah, You said to me, well, you need to invest. You were trying to get me to see a different narrative. Why would you do that?
Because there's two sides to every story, and hearsay is not stands up in court. And I feel a lot of your stuff is hearsay as well. A lot of your stuff is hearsay as well, Afua Rose. You understand? You don't get the facts.
You saying one have just said, I don't listen to hearsay, but clearly you do.
I've told it to you that I heard that he was XYZ, blah, blah, blah. I told it to you.
And you're saying that you picked up these rumors off road, right?
This road talk and studio talk.
No, so how comes nobody else has heard about it? I spoke to a lot of people in the industry from studios up and down. You understand me? I know
Like who? Like who? Like who?
I spoke to industry people. This sister here is saying as well.
But half the industry people don't even like you, so how could you speak to them? Speak to who?
Whether they like me or not, you know I couldn't give two flying farts.
Yeah.
They hate you even worse. That's what
You're wrong for the wrong somebody.
They hate you even worse than me. And
I don't think so.
I'm not saying. You know what? You're just so thick. Can you guys take any more of this? I can't. She's not even well in her head. You're not well in your head, Mitzi. I've cut you because you're talking over people, not because I don't want you to have your say. But you take no responsibility for anything you've done, and then you're trying to say, well, after people in the industry don't like me. Of course they don't like me because I call them out. And you've helped me to do that quite a few times, Mitzi. She can't even follow a lateral conversation. And then she thinks she can rank with people. This is learning difficulties. Something's wrong. People, my sister, I've muted her. Sis, Daddy.
Yeah, sorry.
I want this.
She, you know what? It's crazy. She's saying it's here, saying it's talk in the streets. But when I'm asking her specific questions, she knows it's coming from her, these lies. So it's rattling her cage, and that's when she's trying to take it and dash it in my face. And say it like cussing match. But I thought it was hearsay, so why would you be taking it and with all this, like say, it's the truth, but you're saying it's hearsay? So that's how I know all of this is coming from you. And darling, darling, you don't have to answer me. You know why? Because you've already showed yourself without actually saying the words. And everybody, it's not about people still, but everybody in the comments can see you. And I don't have no personal vendetta against you, because clearly you're in the trap of this person and coming like you are trapped into. You understand? But I don't business with nobody. You're just showing yourself. You're showing yourself, and that's all that it is. Like, cut me off. She needs to go now. It doesn't even make no sense you being here and making yourself look even worse.
It really makes yourself look worse. You've done yourself no favors.
Sorry, my sister. I'm sorry. Sorry for cutting my daughter. Listen, I hope everyone at the live, I can see all the messages that come. Listen, this woman, Mitzi, dirty girl, I wonder if you still hear me. This and daddy again. Listen. Suppose the boot was on the other foot and I hear her daughter this. That's all I like to ask him. We'll leave with that. I come like you have no heart, no compassion, no regard for nobody. But you little stinking self and you little mutt, mutant, done said boy.
Her response, I don't think you heard it, was that her daughter's gay. Well, I wonder why.
Yeah.
No wonder. That's why she even bring up about white man. They don't comment them where he's relevant to her go on the black front.
Yeah, but I feel your daughter's gay as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and I know why. Do you know why?
Sick.
Am I mute?
Eurocentrism. She's not got no Afrocentrism.
I got my daughter on the live, Bitsy, so there's no revelations there. You see how acidic you are, though? You're horrible.
No, but why is he styling me up? I'm a sodomite. I'm not a fucking sodomite.
You up because you were spreading rumors. He's styling you up. Sorry, sis. He's styling you up because you spread rumors that this man was potentially feeling up his daughters. Don't tell me it was on road.
What the people are saying?
There's nobody that's saying it.
Nobody's saying it.
Hold on. Wait.
Anyway, let's not let it descend into nothing.
Afua, hold on. Afua. Let me tell you something. Because as I said, when I come on the live, I'm going to tell you how it is. I don't need to hide nothing. You understand? From my sister to my situation has been through the streets of Birmingham. You understand? It's been through the streets of Birmingham. So how this never come through the street of Birmingham?
I know nobody don't pop up on the live.
How?
Nobody don't pop up on the live and talk about it.
How? You and him make this up for do damage control because you realized the fire was on your tail and gonna hit your ass.
You made it up to do damage control because it isn't on the screen.
It's just what I heard.
What street did you hear it on?
Thing I tell about me.
Hello?
You some mad for road, girl, and if you know, you know, call me name, you have dirty mouth. And that now make you know.
All right, Daddy, calm down. The heart.
And your boy, where they with right, you can mix up mud down with licking my face already, girl. You're lucky, yo.
All right, okay, Daddy, calm down now. Calm down. We're not going to condone that, really. So let's not have that. I understand your pain. I do.
My apologies,
So,
sister.
I'm just saying now. Let me talk. I'm saying, Mitzi, this is a direct question to you. You say you got to answer direct questions, please. Not go around.
Am I on mute?
No, I've taken you off now. I'm about to say that what street did you hear it on? Because you can't, no one's heard it apart from you. I'm the only one that you told. Yeah. I'm the only one that's heard it, and I heard it from you.
Yeah, because it was going around in WhatsApp. It was, I swear to God, on my kids' life, it was going around in WhatsApp. And that's all I'm going to say.
Is WhatsApp the streets?
No, it's not the street. WhatsApp on Roadman, and WhatsApp.
All right, so
Yes.
Mitzi, WhatsApp's open. You send
Don't
me.
don't shoot the messenger, please.
Now that it's open, send me what was going around on WhatsApp. Then go on.
Yeah, but I can't do that while I'm talking to you on the phone, can I?
You can.
Well, log out and do it because we're here waiting. Log out and do it because you see how you come off the live a while ago. Yes.
Yeah.
I never come off no live.
Bring up the message and send it to Afua and then step back in because we if you are innocent, we would like to know that.
Yes.
All right, that's what the family want, and that's what.
So jump out of the live.
So jump out the live. Send me what was being sent to you on WhatsApp, and then you can jump back in. All right.
And do it quick as well. Do it within 2 minutes. So you can't try and formulate and forge no conversation.
Yeah, make sure the battery's charged so we don't accidentally dead.
Unbelievable. Unbloody believable.
Crazy.
There's somebody called Kamar that's trying to get in, but Kamar, you need to go into your device and connect the camera and whatever. Not just in the StreamYard link, but also on your device. Here she comes back again. I don't know why, really. Should we keep it off for now, or I'll just mute her anyway? There's more questions. I can't believe this. Go ahead, Cookie. Do you want to say something?
No, I'm just kind of dumbfounded in what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. I can't believe that one person that had so much to say in your WhatsApp messages, she's Yastota for. What are you stuttering for? When you was making everybody's life hell, Yastota for.
All right, Cookie, 1 minute. Let me mute you up and hear back from the family because, you know, it's about them tonight. I think this is despicable, as if you didn't have enough to deal with, my sister. As if you didn't have enough to deal with. And, yeah, let me hear from the family. Let me hear from Daddy and sister.
Yeah, it's just, my dad's just taking a little break right now, but the fact, he'll come. But the fact that you made up these lies and then, again, I don't know you, but at the same time, I'm not a biased person. The fact that you come up on here and said it, that you swear upon your grand Pickney's life, you know, that goes to show that you really don't have no remorse. You don't have no art, and you will do anything and go to the edge of the earth and damage anybody. Take them as shield just to hide your wickedness. It's really sad. And as I'm saying this, my eyes are filling up the fact that I'm not even just talking about what you've said about us, your own grandchild. You're going to swear upon the Pickney's life before the Pickney could even have life good.
Do you want a response?
Get out of your wickedness.
Do you want a response to that?
Me know what hear nothing where the woman have to say. Nothing.
All right.
She's wicked. Wicked. Okay, you're trampling on people and spreading lies and propaganda about people you don't know because you go on like so you know, but you don't know. But you did it to people that you don't know. But your own grand Pickney you're going to bring into this.
Roro in the comments, who seems to know quite a lot. Why don't you jump on, Roro? I don't know how true this is. I do want a response from Mitzi for that. Roro says she doesn't have a grandchild, but I find that hard to believe. Who's Roro and why is he saying so much about you, Mitzi? He's saying you ain't got a grandchild. I don't know about that.
I don't know who Roro is.
But you do have a grandchild, right?
Of course I got my grandson. He's 9 on bonfire night.
That's stupid.
Why would I lie about that?
No, exactly. I don't believe that. But sister says she don't really want to
As
hear
I said, the last time I'm going to say this, it was going around in WhatsApp and I told you about it to investigate him. Argument done. Yeah, my sympathy goes out to the sister. and the other sister, and I got nothing more to say because this is just foolishness
What
now.
about Daddy, who the rumours were about?
And
They're not
well, it's
true.
just rumors are spread by haters, isn't it?
If the rumours were true, he wouldn't be
Rumors
here.
are spread by haters.
If the rumours were true about his dad, listen, can we not talk at once, please?
He must be because she informed on him.
But she don't want to talk.
She informed on him now.
Hold on, listen, Missy. Me know me shout and everything, but me gonna talk to you quiet now. Girl, listen to me now. You say you're a woman and you say you have a child.
I've got grandchildren, I don't need to lie.
Right, so listen, well, I'm top chat, me talk me try to talk to you with respect, you know. Because your name woman still at the end of the day, you know. I'm saying to you, sister.
Calm down.
What?
Just calm down.
All right, I'll calm down. But it determines how you deal with me or how you not deal with me.
Was I rude to you? Was I rude to you?
Listen, man, talk just calm down. You know, if you want me to talk calm, let me talk calm now. I'm trying to reason with you as another human being to another human being. I'm going to ask you this, my sister. Right? Within the hearts of yourself, whether you have one or not, I don't know. I'm going to talk to the respect. My fucking baby mother dead in a car crash, right? I leave 2 daughters. Me a stand by my daughter because I hear something from my mother-in-law when I call my daughter and ask her if I 2. Yes. She tell me, right? So straight away, she said, when you dead, dad, me tell her, right? So listen, right? Next thing me do is, me ask you your next half number. And when me call him, and the man on the phone, him ask her, oh, right? Me tell him, say me. Him say, Wagwan King. Me say, yo, this is not a social call. Me hear something about my daughter. More have to know if I true. Him tell me, come off and phone with him, with me idiot argument. And I told him if I was in front of you, and knock out your teeth. Because if I'm talking to you about my daughter, what kind of idiot argument that? So listen, I'm asking you. If you, I say rumors, so where you are taking it and run with it for? Spreading and then permeating, right? I permeate the lie, this rumor, because I'm in front of my daughter. You think mother there, so if me do something like that to my daughter, my one daughter, crazy. Right. And she know that they attack. You think me go there, so you don't have no sense. You don't have common sense.
Defamation of character.
All right.
Right? So I'm asking you, sister, without any malice, right? I'm going to apologize for him to you earlier because I don't even know how you jump on the live and talk with my daughter the way you did initially when you come on. You don't have no respect. I mean, as a woman to another younger woman, why would you do something like that? No, you have daughter, my sister. If your daughter came to you and tell you blah, blah, or your grandmother or your mother-in-law come to you and say, Miss, you know, say, where me here, where? You wouldn't want to investigate and find out what's going on. Yes or no, my sister?
Yes, I would investigate and find out.
Right. So hold on, stop now. That's the first question. Answer this then. This lie with my name, right? It's absolutely preposterous, right? It's ridiculous.
Respect due, but as I said, rumors are spread by haters. That's all I got to say.
But listen, your man must be the hater then, ain't it? Your man's the hater then. Your man's the hater then. I agree with you. But you must also be. Listen.
What do you mean my man's a hater? My man, I have no man. Which man are you talking about?
Let me just, you're talking
listen, well,
over
all right,
the brother. Can you not
all
help
right,
yourself?
Let me omit that. Let me, Afua, sorry, just hold on. Let me omit that. Missy, let me omit that then. Let me omit that. Right? You're associate.
You're a nice person, but you're getting this twisted. Carry on.
I've just muted you. No one heard what you said, Mitzi. You're just chatting over the man. I've muted you. Stop.
Mitzi, listen to me, sister. I am trying as a father, right, to get through to you. If you are all it in your head, say me this and me that, and the two are we there, so me knee long for me going right now, and she sit in front of me, and I lean on her lap. My son turn up beside me, the daughter, the mother. So me I said to you, say, right? Me don't know where you want to believe or not. I don't believe in shit, because believe means to be unsure, right? I know my daughter is not lying. And the way you came on the live earlier and deal with her is like she was nothing. I mean, I say, imagine if that was your sister.
Well, I'm going to apologize.
Thank you very much, my sister. If that was your daughter and I was like the people on this fucking live, I would be livid. If it was your daughter As somebody come on the line for, Mother one, bust off them throat. So I'm saying to you, me's a very nice person, you know. But me not nice neither, and I got through nothing in my life, you know. And me, I tell you, say, me don't want to go to say, no, my sister, I'm not a fool and I'm not a dickhead, you know, but me not love problem, you know. Me set up music school for people to learn for free, because I never had it when I was growing up. So if you remember Prince Lincoln and the Royal Rasses, right, John Holt, Sanchez, right, Twinkle Brothers, all these people, Matumbi, me used to the London right where they play for all of these people, was a session drummer. Everybody know me. So you have to know where you chat, say. People know me at Jamaica, me have my house at Jamaica, people know me everywhere. Me a Sly and
So
Robbie
why would
Bar,
somebody make up
everybody.
something like that? Why would somebody make up something? Why would somebody make up something like that then?
Yo, just bring the message and stop the long thing.
You know what?
Bring the message.
Instead of why would somebody bring a message like that? Listen, hold on now. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's not oh my goodness. That's nothing to do with him. I'm here you talk. Me I ask you a question, me I say. You are said, rare, whatever, this, that, blah, blah, and this and that. If someone is spreading rumor, if somebody's telling the truth, if you believe someone, either you in my mind, you believe it wholeheartedly. For whatever reason.
Did I tell you that?
Whether you have an ulterior motive or not. I'm just saying to your sister, it would be nice if your daughter, hypothetically, was in this position, and you would have wanted to know where this rumor come from. And
of course.
I would have liked to know the person who disclosed. You'd have liked to know the person who disclosed whatever. I'll pick up the rumor, whatever. You would have loved to know where it come from. Where you think investigation
Were
is
you
about?
thinking that I made it up? How would I know you was in prison?
Just bring the message.
I did not say that.
You said it come from
Oh.
WhatsApp, yeah?
I did not.
It was on WhatsApp. It was on WhatsApp. It was on WhatsApp.
Yeah, you said you're supposed to go together.
Hold on. Let me trust me. You first
One at
said,
a time, guys, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Me, brother. You first said it come from the streets. Yeah, it's in the streets.
The WhatsApp is the streets.
Listen. Then you said WhatsApp.
It was.
I said to you, bring the screenshot or whatever it is to show that you have received this information from wherever. Bring it
on disappearing messages. How?
Also, hold on. Listen, I'm going to tell you something now, yeah?
But Afua as it, I said, I've heard that rare, blah, blah. Can you investigate this?
I've got. I haven't got the actual message from the WhatsApp group why you said it in the first place. You just told me about it. Mitzi.
Right. Because this is what's apparent, yeah? It was already apparent that you're chatting pure foolishness. Now what's even more apparent is the fact that you're talking about disappearing messages.
No, hold on a second. I just want to say this as well. Hold on 1 minute. Just in reference to what my brother was saying, yeah?
I wonder what this have to do with me anyway.
It's a lot to do with you because you're the one who's carrying.
Well, I put up a comment that what about Gary Glitter and Gary Glitter.
Darling, hear what I'm saying. Let me just before I miss my point. Again, she's proved herself to be so guilty because Afua, when we first, including yourself, hold on, when you first asked her, right?
Yeah.
To go and get the screenshot because she said it's on WhatsApp after she said it was on the streets and it was going around in a WhatsApp group or WhatsApp messages. What was her first response to that? How can she get up the messages while she's on the live?
To me, exactly.
Which means she still has the messages. But now we're running there to go and get the messages. She's saying it's disappearing messages. But now she's saying it's disappearing messages. But just a while ago, the other excuse was the fact that she's on the live and can't get the messages up on the live. So again, you've just showed yourself again.
I haven't showed myself again. I'm telling you, these rumors are going around, but it doesn't really bother me.
We're going to go around in circles here, yeah?
So, like what you said everything else to Afua, right? You never kin teeth or hide, or you never ramp to send on message, go here. Why you never send on those messages?
Because they don't exist.
But anyway,
I'm just going to wrap it up.
Mipsy, I wish you peace in your life. I wish you happiness. I wish you your grandchildren. I'm just sorry to say I can't wish to see about me and my own.
Yes, I do wish you peace and happiness. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
All right, so
I'm not evil in me.
All right, let me wrap it up, Mitzi, because it's just too much.
You think you ain't got no evil with you, and it just shows how deluded you actually are, my sister. You can continue to talk, but you won't be heard by the public because I've muted you. So I'm just going to sum you up, and then we're going to wrap it up, to be fair. Mitzi, it's best not to talk over me because and you're going to watch it back anyway, hopefully at some point. But you are not only, it goes deeper. Your rabbit hole goes a lot deeper than I thought it was before you came on, because I just thought you were just wicked and bad mind and, very, very selfish, to be fair, because to do the things that you've done, to try to get me to shut down the live, to feed me information about Tenna Star, and then to try to flip the script to say that I shouldn't be going on and to tell a lie about that to stop me going on, you still haven't answered why you would do a thing like that. You understand? And that's to me asking you that, Mitzi. I'm going to give you one more chance to just do the right thing, not to deflect, not to be rude and feisty to anyone. And make
I wasn't rude to nobody,
Well, you were, because you had to apologize, so you must have. I'm starting to think.
I mean, I wasn't rude to him. I was retaliating, and I did apologize to him. And he's going round and round in circles. Yeah.
After dragging
Don't think I'm heartless.
Why did you think after dragging them that it was your place to come on and try retaliate for anything? That shows arrogance, sister. That shows that you don't have no humility.
I wanted them to answer me. Is it true? Rare, XYZ.
Listen, I'm not going to get into chat. I can't even have a straight conversation with you. Do you realize that?
Wonder why.
Because you are so. I'm done. I can't anymore. I've got to get rid of you. You're done. It's finished with you. I can't. It's just too much for me. I can't have them kind of conversations with those kind of people. I really, really can't, guys. I can't. Honestly, family, you're off mute now. My God. Can't take the responsibility. And you see, when someone is so this is what they do. This is what they do. They are so much in a delusion. It's a mental health situation. It's a condition. We've seen that. What is that?
Honestly, I didn't even want to cuss or nothing like that, because you see, I come in and I was trying to just get the story out, how it happened. I don't have no reason to lie. Do you understand? But I'm going to put you in your place. And even though I did cuss a bit, she got just as a snippet, because I was still trying to keep it. I was still trying to keep contained. But I can't make you come and think you can talk foolishness, lies, wickedness, and I don't stick up for myself. And she wasn't retaliating to us. We was retaliating to her. So as I said, I don't even want to really talk about her anymore. The fact of the matter, she showed herself when she's talking about she don't have a man. She's clearly showed you everything. As she's explained, she come in the live about an hour ago, but we've been going for nearly 4 hours.
She's been watching from the beginning. She's too live.
Oh well, either way. But again, another live. Either way, everything's been out, so it doesn't really matter what she wants to say, because everyone's seen it. Do you understand?
Roro is saying, why did you put up a status, Mitzi, and tell Afua to suck her mama? Well, I don't know where that status is. Someone get me a screenshot of that somewhere. Facebook page, probably, if that is true. Because Roro, I'm not sure if you're on point or if you're just trying to agitate tonight. But mods, try and get that for me, Mitzi June, Facebook.
And you know what as well?
I don't care about that. I don't care about you telling me to suck my mom, Mitzi June. That's about the state of your mentality, the state of your intellect, because you're clearly she's the dumbest bitch I've ever blessed eyes on. Like I can't even try to come here and defend it. She's barefaced and she has no shame whatsoever. If either that, or she's very, very challenged and limited in her mental capacity. Because what I saw there, I just think, is she autistic? You're not going to get back on Mitzi June, so forget it, because you know that I've blocked you on WhatsApp now. I've sent her a message on WhatsApp. She's backstage, but I'm not bringing her back on. And I've said to her, you're disgusting. I do not condone or support black women like you. You're no better than the pedos. And then I blocked her. So now she's trying to get back on, but I'm going to kick her out. So, yeah.
Afua.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to big up Cookie as well, because
man.
Just for coming on and talking about how this girl asked her to remove the comment in it.
Yeah.
Because why would you ask someone to remove a comment about a perpetrator who troubled young children?
If you're an outsider,
why would you?
And you're just hearing things from the streets.
It don't make no sense.
You invested, and you know why you invested. That's just another point proven there.
I just can't believe it.
crazy.
Honestly, I really can't.
I'm glad after all this time, I've managed to get my story out the way I needed to. You understand that there's nothing before it's time. That's just how I see things.
Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. But you understand, we've spoken extensively and you understand fully why.
Yeah,
she
absolutely.
needed to be a part of that story and what was going on. And she needed to be exposed in the way that she was. Unforgivable stuff. And I'm glad your dad was here to slut her in. You see how quiet she went when the man voice came in? She was more quiet than when you and I were talking.
Yeah.
I know women like her. And I'm absolutely disgusted with her conduct. And she should have just kept quiet. To come on and front it the way that she did, it just sunk her even more. And
because in her mind, her plan when she was coming on the live, she thought it was going to stick, but it didn't, because people can see through the real and people can see through the lies.
My granddaughter, who's 16 months old.
Maybe true. Afua go expose her something on the boy. I would feel like all her the responsibility.
That's why she come on the live like that.
No deal with her from this point onwards, and I think that's probably the only thing she cares about.
Yeah, because before today, he didn't know that she was saying all what she was saying about him, and that was I didn't know nothing about that until when you said it.
She didn't know that. I was going to ask her about that.
My heart start beat.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
Mr. My heart start beat to right with me here that I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Imagine being him with the double whammy of tonight. Not only
I don't understand people's mindsets. I really don't understand people's mindsets.
Me neither. I couldn't do that. I could not do that. And I could not do that. Oh, you know, I've got a good heart. I care about victims and whatever. No, you don't. You didn't care about the victims that were potentially his. You didn't care about the sister in Africa. I believe it. I don't care what else you say, because you've just proven yourself to be a pathological liar and a narcissist. So based on that, I'm finding it very difficult to believe a single word that comes out of your mouth. And you've also proved what a snake you are when it comes onto your friends Winsome and Frederica. She just wanted to swerve everything and just deal with this Michelle story. Yeah. Because see, Michelle is dead, you see. Michelle is dead. And that's the path of least resistance. She doesn't have to, you know, there's no comeback only talking about that. So transparent in her narcissistic, pathological lying. Pain. I mean, she's in pain, man. She needs proper deliverance, that woman. She really does. And that's what I think about. You can walk and scandal me all you like. Yeah? Because that's what will be on the back of this. I know the types. You can walk and scandal me. She'll turn into an Afro belly now. Because, oh, she used to give me information, or she used to think she was my friend. No, we don't back round here. And that's all I've got to say. I want to thank you guys, man. You have been absolutely phenomenal. And I love your cognitive question. She couldn't even manage it. It was just so pathetic.
I was light with her, let me tell you that.
I know that, my sister. Oh. And Daddy, I love you. I love your show of raw emotion, my brother. Don't think that you've been aggressive here tonight or anything. We as black people, we express ourselves. Obviously, we have to know when to rein it in a little bit. But we are not white, and we do kick off sometimes. And I'd fully.
I have to commend your professional conduct, my sister, and I'm glad that is someone like you speaking on behalf of her, you know, showing support to my daughter. You hear me? I tell you.
Blessed love, my brother. And you know
honestly, that. Me not lie to you. Me want to soldier them in the army from today. Here.
Blessed love. I feel assured by that.
You just make sure you call up a Birmingham. You'll fly down there in 2 seconds. Me I tell you.
All right. Might take you up on that real soon, my brother.
Brother, sister, trust me, man. You know, my life have a history long here. We used to do all kind of things here.
Yeah, man. And I'm glad you're there.
She riled me up tonight because I never like what she come on the live attack.
No, you were right to raise her up. She's bright to come and front up your daughter like that.
I can't talk about what she hear about when she's young and she this and that family. My goodness, is that how you deal with a child, a person who's been through this kind of trauma in their life?
And then caught herself in the lie, said she knows our family, but then she said, no, not that family.
Hey. And then even see what the girl did here, mother of cook, right? Then what she did say? Oh gosh, we forgot she did make an important part, but it slipped me to her. Oh gosh, I can't remember. Sorry.
I'm gonna send out the
We're just
link
big on
one
parents,
more
man.
time,
Sorry,
guys. I'm gonna keep it very short. Anyone who comes on has probably got about a minute or two to say their piece, but I'm gonna put it out one more time because maybe people want to comment on having witnessed a live case of a narcissistic, pathological liar. It's not often we get to see it in practice, you know, and that was a perfect. You know, if I could put her in a little bottle right now and take her to the laboratory and put her in therapeutic village, she's a great study of her condition. She really is.
She's a new species. A new biological species. We need scientific mental, psychological evaluation.
Don't take the heat off the boy.
Honestly.
Yeah.
But sis, last word to you. Everybody in here, I know everyone in the room tonight is just so much in awe, not only of your family's strength, but of your strength tonight, sister. And I pretty much know, I do a vote at the end of it. Put up a 1 if you believe the sister and dad, and put up a 1 if you think that, put up a 1 if you believe the sister. Put up a 2 if you believe that Tenna Star is guilty of the allegations made tonight. And put up a 1 if you believe the sister.
And you know what? Big up.
Their ones going up. Yeah.
Big up focused as well, you know, because focused earlier said something about wanted to start a fund or something for my sister.
Oh really?
Oh so really? I didn't see that.
Whoever them people that know how to do them thing now.
I didn't know.
Okay, all right, we'll pick that up. You know, I'm going to.
Big up yourself, focused. Anyway, you're there.
Big up focus.
Big up focus for true. I didn't even hear that. Or should I say see that?
To be honest, I think that's a fantastic idea. A fantastic idea. It's pretty much unanimous in the comments, people. It's all 1s and 2s. 2 means that no one's believing Tenna Star is innocent. And 1 means everybody believes what you've had to say here tonight, my sister.
I just want to say this, that obviously he must be listening, I think, right? Mm-hmm. I just want to say, on behalf of, one of my sisters are here now, but on behalf of all of my sisters, my mother's 5 children, right? You really mashed up this family. You understand? The fact that, because a lot of people, when it was going around in the streets, it was almost like a scandal thing. Like my mum had brought someone in with big children and the big children did this bad thing. When in fact, he come and he raised us from a very, very young age. And we trusted you. And what you've done, even some of our childhood memories, we can't even enjoy them properly because you've wrecked our brain. You've wrecked our brain. Even certain tunes every Sunday and all them kind of things that we used to listen to as kids that he would play, or even that my mum would play. When we hear them now and enjoy them, sometimes you have to think to ourselves, are we even wrong for enjoying them? Because of how you've wrecked our brains. Do you understand? And I'm really disappointed in you. And that's all I've got to say. And my sister, I don't think she's going to be listening, which is his daughter, but trust me, I love my sister. And you are not going to use her as a shield anymore.
Well done. Great. Because I do know the backstory on that as well. We're not going to go into that. But yes, well done, my sister. Blessed love for that. Blessed love for that. I just want to, say that he should be thoroughly ashamed of himself. He should be even more ashamed of his choice of women, if Mitzi's anything to go by. He should feel thoroughly betrayed by her. And I'm going to go further to say as well, you see, anybody in the industry that is going to work with these 2 people again, whether that is Tenna Star or Mitzi June herself, you will find his time is up. The full weight of the His Time Is Up community at that venue and at that door and at your door. We're not having it. I've seen so much tonight and heard so much since way up in July. We've been working together, sis, for about 6 weeks now, alive.
Yeah.
And I'm thoroughly convinced. And Mitzi's performance tonight has just nailed it all. I'm not going to have it. It's too much. And too much, they take these kind of things as 90 a talk. And by the time we're done, they're back in studio, back working with people, and all the rest of it. And I'm not going to have it. It's going to be like a Tim West where we will pursue you. So I want statements denouncing from key people Studio man them, you know who you are. Don't make me have to call out your names if I don't see these statements on morning. I want this man denounced and cancelled. Otherwise, the community, the good brothers are coming to your door. You will be complicit in your silence. That's what I'm saying here and now. Cookie, one more cookie. Sorry, but just before that, is that Daddy talking?
Yeah. I'm just sorry to interrupt. To interject. Listen, you know how long me I tell DJ up and down the country, right? For how long, right? Me even get the boy kick off a show London already, right? Now listen, all of these disc jockeys, producers, and so-called friends as artists, where them say them know me. Them all play hypocrite, right? Them is a bunch of hypocrites. I hope tonight, not for them did a year or so I go on, right? Because me used to ask them, please not pay them tune pan on the local station, right? Because it take a community a village to raise a child. When something is wrong with the child and something is related to the village, they should all flock to want to make sure the child is all right. But all of them was hypocrite. I'm not telling them no, the whole of us sodomite and I've got chuck off of one building somewhere.
Hypocrites and parasites and only interested in.
Because I ask them, how them think me feel, or my daughter feel when we hear it on the radio.
Well, you saw it. You saw it in the recording that I showed. Mitzi was only interested in shielding him and staying with him and continuing to sleep with this pedo that she felt was a pedo herself because she was in contracts with him. It was about money, and this is how they all are. So we're not going to have it, my brother. When we turn up, believe me, they're going to have to listen because we will pursue them and their faces will be all over the page along with the pedos. They are complicit in shielding and enabling these people. And I told you already at the beginning of the year, it's just that I've been distracted with my personal stuff, my studies, retirement, whatever. But I told you lot, and his time is up. March 2024 is coming on the 18th of October. We are doubling down this year. And we are going to go to the people that want to associate with these people. That's what the mainstream do. So why can't we cancel him, reggae music, and cancel Cheeto? Cookie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to. I just want to say thank you to her brother for actually taking his time to, you know, say his little piece that he had to say to me. And even though that I didn't remember what I said thank you for him even taking into account what she's done to me. Not as bad as what she's done to them, but for her to come to me and ask me to take down and to save her face.
Yeah.
You know, I just didn't know that I was a pawn that was being used in a game.
Right.
That by a woman who, towards the end of it, was ripping my mum down anyway. I didn't know I was being complicit to a person like that. I didn't know.
Yeah. You know, when I called you around the time of the Winston story, when I spoke to you afterwards, I think, and it might have been before or after, and I said to you, can you tell me if your mum has Mitzi's number? Do you remember that? But you never know why I asked you that, did you? It was just random, right?
Yeah.
It's because I wanted to see if it was possible that Mitzi could have given your mum my number in the mix and your mum send me it. Do you understand? That's what I was trying to kind of decide for myself. And then in that as well, I was also trying to decide, does Mitzi have access to your mum in that way? That she would be close enough to style her message in the way that your mum's been accused of the other messages and whatever, and mask the message as her. So this is what I thought. I still can't prove if Mitzi sent all of the messages to all the people in the industry, but I do know, and I'm convinced she sent it to my phone to start Passa. Do you understand? To put your mum in the game, to put Winston them in the shit, and for me to look into it and start whatever. And that worked for a bit. But and now today everything has been told. So thanks for that, Cookie, yeah?
I just want to quickly say, Tasha, I can see you obviously can hear me. Thank you as well, because I don't forget our conversation in 2015 where you made me aware of a lot of stuff, because obviously she was the one that was in live, that was not in the live, in the comments, speaking about the fact that she's spoken to my sister Do you understand? And she's been in the family for years. I haven't seen her for years, but she's family same way. Do you understand what I'm saying? Thank you to you as well, Tash. What's your name on there? Tasha Bless Edwards. Yes, thank you to you.
Brilliant. Fantastic. You know, the conversation continues with me and you, my sister, and definitely Dad, okay? All right?
Yeah.
Bless up as
Afua, thank you for that little trinket that you you told me that you had for me in there. Thank you. You don't even understand how you've made my mum feel.
I called you yesterday and said to you, make sure you watch the live to the end. I got a little something. Even though she might be a bit pissed off with me because of the last live, but truth is true.
She's just been crying and saying to tell you thank you. She doesn't want to come on camera, obviously, because of 2 weeks ago shock, finding out everything that she found out.
The last few weeks. I get that.
Yeah.
All right, bless
But
up
she
for
said to tell you thank you.
All right. Blessed love,
Yeah.
sis. We stand for truths and rights and justice. Yeah, family. I'll catch up with you once we've come off here, okay?
Okay, thank you to everyone in the chat that's like really supporting. Thank you, because I'm telling you now, I haven't felt this since it's happened, so I'm really, really happy.
Brilliant. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
I think you guys should love to you as well, family. I think that you guys should feel well and truly exonerated. Yeah. All right. Blessed love. We'll talk. Yes, my people. So there you have it. What a setup, people. Wicked. That's all I've got to say on the matter, really. They've just shown themselves for what they are. I believe there's some serious conversations. I'm going to be following up with certain people tomorrow. Mitzi won't be one of them. I've blocked her on WhatsApp. Do not contact me because you won't get a response and you will be duly blocked. You're too wicked about suck my mother. Come and tell me that at the march. We're going to be on your patch, Mitzi, in Windrush Square. Carry on with your foolishness and it's just going to be trouble for you because you're just got no shame. Dress back in your badness, your wickedness. Dress back in your exposure. Do not come here and front it or tell me to suck my mother or show no respect for the victims that you tried to drag and just be arrogant and nasty and narcissistic. You've got another family member just like that doesn't like to admit their wrongs. And I'll be catching up with that one real soon and all. Out of order. What is this? I've never even seen this type of levels. Cannot believe it. It infuriates me, and it has been very difficult for me to keep my cool tonight. But there it is, people. That is the presentation for tonight. Make up your mind, naysayers. Anyone that wants to defend this man, individuals who defend him, people that know him. I don't care about you. You're going to do that anyway. But you see, industry people that should be taking accountability in our community, pillars in our community. Try book them and see what it's going to be. I will put proper pickets at that dance, and I will just agitate. Do you understand? We're not going to cause trouble, but we have a right in this democratic land to form protest. And that's exactly what we'll do. We put it on the radar and it won't be nice for anybody. So the best thing to do is to put out statements or do not work with these people. And I will know on this one, I will know if it's happening or not. Guys, look out for the bulletins. You know that we have got His Time Is Up March 2024 happening. We are going to be going around the country, roadshow time, spreading the word. We've never done that before. It's always gone out on social media. Whoever comes. It's usually London people that make their way. But His Time Is Up March 2024 is going to be a bit different. We're going to different cities. And we're going to hope that everybody descends on the 18th of October in Windrush Square. It's always a lovely event. We've got singers, we've got different people happening, speakers, lots of people telling their testimony. It is the only time, never happened before or since, during, that we've had an event like that it stands for the voices of the abused in our community, especially Black women. We welcome brothers. Tell us your stories. We do have brothers tell us their stories and speak of the abuse that they suffered at the hands of usually Black men, sometimes Black women. But this is something we need to speak about in our community. The white structure, the mainstream, they have every service available to them. It will always be all over the news. The police will get up off their butts sometimes. But when it comes to us, we've always had this issue in our community. And I think that this story tonight and the way it's played out, the way that we've seen Mitzi behave within it, even Tenna Star's mother's attitude in that letter that we saw was the problem. the enablement, being told that you need to shut it up, protecting the perpetrator for whatever reasons, monetary, shame or otherwise. It's got to stop, and we need to make a stand in 2024 and beyond. And there's some serious things happening. Look out for the bulletins in the week. I'm going to be talking about the state of affairs in terms of where do we stand in the Black community in this impending war? Because believe me, people, this is going to get hit like the Blitz. We've never seen it since World War II, not in our lifetime here. You understand me? So those of us, we need to get our stuff together. But that is another topic for another day. Guys, blessed love. You comments, guys, you're not easy at all. I'm going to look back at them. I haven't been watching the lives back for a while. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking back at this one. It's been quite a ride. But guys, I shall see you guys next week. We'll be here with another presentation, another story, another truth. And as I say, look out for the bulletins. Where, you know, when Christ says, like a thief in the night, that's how we're moving right now. So you're not going to see necessarily certain advertisements about where we're going to be next, but we're going to move like a thief in the night, and you'll know when you know. All right. So blessed love, people. I'll see you next week. His time is up. Make sure you have a great weekend. We've got good weather coming again next week, and you know that always fires up everything, in my opinion. I hope you have a wonderful weekend, whatever you're doing and whoever you're doing it with. Blessed love, my people. Blessed love.